like the weather up here in my
Whoops.
my
Quiet.
you know.
Shh.
Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo Thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation show, episode 410, Countdown to CoCoFEST.
Hey, we're in Hollywood Squares format right now.
That's right.
Look at that.
We are.
Nine of us managed to squeeze in at the last second here.
Literally, yeah, Marco's in center square. Look at that.
Yeah.
Does anybody want me to block?
All right. Let's see. Top corner, we got yours truly.
Oh, and
Next
Grant ruins
over,
everything.
we got. I'm backwards. Next over, we got Kevin Holloway. And you're muted.
Never sounded better,
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
And next over, we got ZZ Rick.
Hey, and this year's HTML error is 410 gone, which is the resource previously in use is no longer available and will not be available again. Like Gimme X's, I guess.
Somebody deleted it.
Is it me or does Rick's image look a little fuzzy?
It's his beard.
Oh, that's the beard. Okay.
That's the beard.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't adjust your set.
All right. We lost somebody, Grant. So
We
we're back
lost
to
Grant.
9. All right. So everything
That's a plus,
reshifted on
isn't it?
me.
Sorry.
All right. Next over, we got Terry.
Hey guys.
Okay. Then we got Marco in center square.
Hello, and I'm Linda Block. Just gonna give me a. Somebody ask me a question.
Henry Strickland.
Hello, world. I'm getting ready to get on the road and head up to Chicago for CoCoFEST next weekend.
Okay. And
It's next
Ken
week.
Waters.
Hello everybody. I am not getting ready to get on the road and go anywhere this next weekend.
Sorry.
You will be missed by someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
We'll let you know.
And next over, we got Jason, the Coco Man.
Hey, it's the CoCoNation show 1 week before CoCoFEST. Mark B has new glasses and Ken Waters has a haircut you can set your watch by. And I still have my Diet Dr. Pepper.
And just remember, Jason, if you want to be missed, duck and weave.
Right.
Yes.
And next over, we got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. I won't be able to make it to CoCoFEST either, in solidarity with Ken and his haircut. And I just about missed this show here because I let the cats out to have some fresh air before I came on, because I got 3 shows in a row I'll be on today. And a strange cat wandered in the yard. So there was a cat fight starting, so I had to run and deal with that right before I was supposed to be on the show. So I just about didn't make it.
Nice.
Don't forget to upload the show notes when you get around to it.
Oh, yeah, I probably should do that, shouldn't I?
Show notes. Who needs that? We don't. It's not like we plan anything.
Right.
All right.
Nobody reads them anyway. It's like manuals, right?
Yeah.
In the
There's
chat,
there's
we
no
got-
pictures.
Can I do it now?
No, go ahead.
In
In
the chat, we've got Kevin Holloway, Julian Brown. That one was me. Michael's Ruffle. Canadian Retro Things, Marco, Erico, Montario, J.E. Jones, Peter Willard, Jim Rye, Sixy, Guckaman, Tom Eric Gunderson. I think I said Peter Willard already. Grant Leedy. Scroll, and then we're caught up. So, hopefully on YouTube we noticed that hopefully the picture is a little bit sharper today. Give me some opinions on the.
You're talking the picture, not the panelists specifically, right?
Right. We aren't any sharper. No.
Content is still scraping the bottom of the barrel, but hopefully you guys can be able to see us, especially like read the shirts.
Yeah, I got my.
You can read my
shirt from
shirt.
Previous years.
Hey, can you read my shirt? It should come in crystal clear.
It's just all static.
It's blue.
Okay.
I tried to read Ken's shirt there, but it kind of
faded
lit up too much, and I couldn't see anything after that. So
there was a buffer overflow on Ken's shirt.
An illegal function call, as it were.
But you
I think
enjoy
mine's
it
more
while it
division by 0.
All right. Okay.
Okay, Ken, you can sit down now. He's gonna
My
crash
eyes are going out of
YouTube.
focus.
He's staying really still, so the video compression works better.
Okay, let's see.
A little screen
Project
blooming.
updates. Let's go into project updates. Let's see. Henry, you had something.
Hey there. Yeah, I've got a
Yes,
couple things to
turn
mention.
that on, turn that off. Find Henry and blow him up.
1, 2, 3. Are we good? Okay.
That's all right. Mark's just talking to himself.
You've been embiggened.
Better one, better two.
Yeah, Zoom can embiggen the smallest man, right? So, let's see. The first thing I'm going to note is I got the program of talks at CoCoFEST from Grant, and humorously, the title of my talk is 1, Slow Horses, 2, Sandbaggers, which is not the title of my talk. Those are the 2 TV streaming suggestions I gave to Grant to watch on TV.
Oops.
They're both British spy.
I highly recommend Slow Horses. Great show.
And if you like Slow Horses, you will also like Sandbaggers. Look for that.
Okay.
They're both about British spies, and yeah, they're both hilarious. And Sandbaggers is from the late 70s, maybe. It looks 70s. Second, on the project that I've talked about in the recent month or so, the Bonobo card, which lets you plug into your CoCo and then use a PC to get to the internet. And this is designed for playing multi-user games and things. And the operating system that I've been writing for it, NicoOS, I got 60 hertz, not 60 hertz, they've already worked. The 2000 hertz interrupts going that go to NMI, the non-maskable interrupt. And the idea is we can shove audio samples into the 6-bit digital to analog converter for making noises during games. So I think that's kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward really to writing some synthesizer code and stuff to go with that. But the big thing I want to talk about today is a different card. And it's these, and these arrived in the mail a week ago. This is a single board computer. It's got a R.Pico, and it's got a 63C09E. That's the Hitachi second source for the Motorola 6809. Hitachi came out with these in about 1982. They're CMOS, and infamously, they've got extra registers and extra instructions that the 6809 does not have, but it's a genuine vintage period 8-bit chip with great capabilities on it, and it's totally compatible with the 6809, backwards compatible. So what is this single board computer? this connects to your PC or your Mac or your Raspberry Pi or some kind of a modern machine, which gives you access to disk and internet and stuff. So you can think of this as maybe drive wire on steroids or something like that, providing services for the whole single board computer. And the strange thing about this is there's no clock chip, neither internal to the CPU nor one of these out here. The Pi-Pico is doing everything from the clock to reading and what's on the address bus coming from the main CPU. I'll call it the main, I guess. Anyway, and providing data back. It's the Pico is emulating the RAM, emulating the ROM, emulating the IO devices, emulating the Gimme's memory mapping unit, so it can emulate a CoCo 3. But since this is software, it could probably also emulate the Phoenix F256 that Boise's been playing with, or the Dragon, or whatever you want. So
the Vectrix. The
Vectrix would be really cool. Yeah. And if we make these with the new version 2 of the Pi-Pico, the 8 high-speed transmit lines that are a special hardware on the Pi-Pico 2 for outputting high-speed video, like HDMI style video, those are all available after my redesign of this specific board. This one is called the TFR 905. I've got it down here in the bottom left corner, TFR 905. And I'm going to give you a little couple minute overview or a deeper look inside of it and a demo right now. So using my software and my soft pen, I've drawn the big picture. Here is the TFR 905 circuit board, has the Pi-Pico and the 6309. The Pico is the manager and the 6309 is the vintage CPU, is the managed. And that's because all of the services needed from external things by the 6309 are provided by the Pi-Pico. And then there's a USB cable that connects you over to your PC, which could be running Linux. It could be a Raspberry Pi. I'm going to have binaries for Windows and for Mac OS for the software that you need over there. And then that PC gets you to the internet, gets you to disk, and gives you a console with a keyboard and a screen so that you can have a terminal session. And my next slide, I'm going to show you more what's going on inside of this connection between the Pi-Pico and the 6309, because this is where the creativity really comes out. And this is not my first attempt at this. I mean, I built a 901 and then I designed a 902. And before I got around to building it, I made improvements and designed the 903, which we made. And based on experience with that, I've done the 905. And the 905, I now have 50 of these boards. So I can solder on CPUs and Pi-Picos and hand them out to people within the next couple months, I think. So there's 3 groups of lines coming out of the Pi-Pico. First is the E and the Q are on GPIO 8 and 9. And then I call this the general purpose bus. I number them G0 through 7. They actually are GPIO pins 0 through 7. And that's a bidirectional bus that's going to the 6309, and multiple different things can be connected over it. And the third set of outputs or pins are going to this binary counter down here. There's a reset and an increment. And when the Pi-Pico says reset, this counter goes to 0. And then every time we say increment, it'll count up to 1, into 2, into 3. And the output of this binary counter goes into this 3 to 8 decoder that decodes Y0, Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5. There's also a Y6 and a Y7, which are not used. But the binary counter puts you into one of these 6 or 8 different states in that decoder. And if we're in state 0, like if we reset the counter, it goes to 0. And then the 380 decoder asserts Y0, which allows address 0 through 7 from your CPU to get to the R.Pico. And then we increment the counter, and Y1 is now activated, and that allows the other half of the address bus, 8 through 15, to get to the R.Pico. So at the beginning of a cycle, the R.Pico reads the address bus, those 2 steps, and then it reads the read-write line. And there's a few other associated signals like LIC, last instruction cycle, and AVMA, advanced VMA. And so all those are available during the Y2 cycle. Then we increment the counter again. And at this point, the Pico can read the data bus, D0 through 7. And if it's a read cycle, then you increment it again, and using Y4, it goes the other direction. And the output comes from the Pico and goes to the data bus on the CPU. And finally, there's the Y5 state, which drives a latch. And the latch is a little memory cell that remembers what's on G0 through G7 at the point that you latch it. And that's how we control the reset, the interrupt, the non-maskable interrupt, etc. Those signals on the 6309. So that's the entire interface between the 2. It's fairly simple, and I've experimented with different ways. This is the first one that uses a counter instead of some more direct way to like output 3 signals to here. But the advantage of doing it this way is I'm only using 12 signals out of the R.Pico, which leaves over 12 for being used for other things, such as video or sound generation, or any other kind of experiments you want to do with the R.Pico. Put joysticks on it. And this might slow down a little bit from my previous design because the counter takes a little more fiddling to cause the right state that you want. I'm not sure yet how much it's going to slow down, but I'm going to give you a demo now of this actually running OS 9 level 2. And to do that, I will share a screen. Share. Use system window capture. Share. And pick the console and share.
What about Sunny?
Sunny and share. Okay. Everybody seeing my console now?
Says panic serial open.
Yep.
Oh,
that's
yes.
the one.
Panic.
So
Don't panic. 42.
that's because
do panic.
That's because the single board computer is not connected. So now when I plug it in, it'll be able to open the device, and you will see OS 9 boot up.
Now we really see panic.
Boot up, and there it goes. And my startup file always puts me right now into this little basic program that does 5 different trials of counting to 100 and printing the numbers, and gets a timing from it. So 1.76 seconds is the average over 5 trials. And that's my console programming timing from the time that it sees the open brace to the closed brace. And I use this as my benchmark. Since this is a brand new circuit and it just got here, and I've only worked on it for 1 day, I haven't done any optimizations yet. And it's running at about 1/3 the rate of the predecessor, the TFR 903. But I hope to get this up to running almost the same speed as the 903. But let's give a little look at, oh darn, there is a critical race that happens occasionally. I'm going to have to reboot again, and hopefully my next demo will go smoother.
That's a lot of colons and semicolons there.
Yeah. So the colon and the semicolon are the R.Pico asserting interrupt to say the UART, the emulation of a UART, the ACIA 6551 has got a character for you, and then turning the interrupt off. So that's just a debugging output. Let's see if we can do a dir now. Dang. It's in a bad mood. I guess I won't be able to. I'll give it one more shot, and then I'll give up.
Can you call up the blue screen next?
Actually, let me kill this program and start it again in case the bug is in my tconsole.go instead of in the firmware. Yeah, I wish this was 3 times faster. It looks really good when it runs fast.
So it's running the equivalent of about 1 megahertz right now? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, slower, I think, maybe half a megahertz. So this number 1.76, it was just about 0.6502 on the previous version. And so this I calculated is 2.7 times slower at the moment. Triumdir. There we go, module directory. So we're actually using the genuine 6850 and the driver, and the R.Pico is emulating that device. We're also using, I guess, the EmuDisk driver.
Yeah, that's one from VCC.
And we're emulating that device for the hard drive. And nothing else is really a surprise here. I preloaded a few utilities, the SMAP, the mmap. So system map, there's a lot of the kernel space is not being used. These device drivers for emulators, of course, are really small.
I've never seen that before.
I'm sorry?
Kernels. I've never seen that much free space
before.
Oh,
yeah, okay.
The only time I've seen that is when you have the 32 column driver and no other graphics driver at all.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't have the VDG driver in here. I'm using that UART driver instead. The memory map has a good number of free slots in it right now. And notice I'm only doing 128K of RAM. And so I've got enough RAM for basic 09 to start up, go into the editor, 10 for I equals 1 to 120, print I semicolon 30, next I, quit the editor, list the program, run the program. Is it called pack? Yeah, pack the program. I can also go into shell. Now, the dollar says use the shell to run this command, and the command it ran is shell. So now I have my original shell, and I've got 2 more. So if I type procs or proc, you see the 3 shells out there, and the PMAP shows that one of those shells is using page 7 for its data, one is using page A, and one is using page C. That's probably the one I'm in right now. And then that called PMAP that used page B for its data. And this is where the code is coming out of these memory mapped pages. So EX to exit that, and I from the basic. And now I've got the bug. Okay. So I have to end at this point. But
maybe you need to work on that memory upgrade from 128K.
Yeah, what's going to fix that is going to the R.Pico 2, which has twice as much RAM on board. So with the R.Pico 2, I'll be able to get us close to 512K. Is that right? I think that's right, yeah.
256K should work too because the auto sense does it and powers it too. So
Yeah, and I might have to do a little kernel hacking to get it at a point in between the two. If I can get up to like 440K or something like that, I can make that happen if I need to. But let me I'm still sharing. Let me stop sharing. Anyway, I'm looking forward to getting these into the hands of people. And if you saw my tech talk, or it was Mark Overhoser's virtual
Yep.
fest. You know, I talked about a previous version of this, and a lot of this looks familiar to you. The other point I made then, I should go ahead and make now, is you can get it's hard to know what I'm pointing to. You can get these vintage CPUs for about $2.20 if you buy 50 of them. You can get the R.Picos for, this one is exactly $4. These little black chips are probably about 20 cents a piece, so they're about $2, making the circuit board about $2, shipping it $2, something like that. So we're talking under $20 for this whole thing, to have a very nice machine that runs Nitros 9 1609 code, and hopefully we'll get it up to CoCo 2 speeds soon.
What do you do with the extra 49 CPUs when you have to buy those 50 to make it work?
I've made 50 of these cards, and I've actually stocked up before the train wreck in another 70 days or so happens again, and the de minimis on ordering things from China goes away. I've stocked up on lots of these 6309s, so hopefully I can help people source those if it becomes impossible to buy small quantities of things from electronics.
that looks cool. I'm looking forward to the one with the expanded memory too, because then you can do a lot of stuff with that.
So Jason, onesies on eBay are also $5 or less. So
okay, I thought you meant to make that work, I was going to have to buy a lot of 50 and get one.
no, I'm saying it's a little over $2 in a lot of 50, but you can get they're under $5. These are
okay.
This is if I get the 2W now, those are $7. I've got a few ordered, which means it'll do Wi-Fi, so you might be able to get rid of the USB cable, although that actually provides your power for everything as well.
Well, I just got to make it wireless then.
Yeah, wireless power and wireless data. Yeah.
Where's Tesla when you need him?
All right,
Cool.
well, I'm having fun.
Yeah, that is super awesome, man.
Thank you.
Okay.
I see we have some more panelists join us.
Yeah.
Hey. We wake up, Nick.
You guys, geez, start so early in the morning.
Oh, hey, Nick.
Go-getters.
No, we're ahead. You're ahead of us, so it's not early, it's late.
Well, yeah, that's right.
And Nick's busy today. He's on 3 shows, so
Yeah, I've been suckered to appear on 3 shows by my unofficial PR man, Curtis Boyle.
I'll make you work for a living yet.
Damn it.
All right. And we've also been joined by Ron Deluxe.
Hey, what's shaking?
That's a really cool hardware project there. I noticed you're running the 6809 version of Basic 9. Is your OS 9 also 6809 at this point, or?
Yeah, I'm only doing 6809 versions at this point, but yeah, clearly it would have no problem running 6309 code. It is a 6309.
Yeah, and it'll probably free up a few more pages too, because generally the drivers are smaller.
Ah, okay, yeah. That's a demo I could have also given, is typing CPU type, and it would have said that it is a 6309 running in the 6809 emulation mode. Yeah, so we all remember Stevie Stroh used to stress there's no wrong way to retro, and different people take different approaches at how they want to do their modern retroing, and one of the routes is to use a lot of FPGAs, and those are still a little more expensive than using this Pi-Pico to do the emulation side of things. And for me, I like having the real vintage CPU. I care less about, real vintage RAM chips and ROM chips and UARTs and stuff. And
I'm pretty well along the same lines.
And I think it's kind of been proven FPGAs are just kind of a passing fancy. You're liable to not have it available again next year. So that's a scary way to design around, because now you're beholden to some part. That 410 error comes back. Used to be available, not going to be available again.
Yeah, and the Pi Foundation has promised that this Pi-Pico, at least the original, is going to be around until like 2040 or something like that. So we'll have a good 15 years to migrate to something new.
Right.
That's when itself becomes retro.
Exactly.
And the lift from going from being sort of microcontroller centric to doing what is it, VRML or whatever, and trying to do the FPGAs, to me, I'm like, okay, I might be able to do that lift, and then you start looking at like all the tools and all the crap you've got to load on your machine to do it. It's like I don't want to do that.
Yeah. And so right now I'm soldering on myself the vintage CPU and the Pi-Pico, and everything else was assembled by the JLC PCB people.
By the way, Karen 60 in the chat says, yeah, and once the stock's gone, you'll even have trouble getting through to 3.3 volt CPLDs.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that definitely will be an issue coming up in the years to come.
Well, what are they going to use now? Then 1.5.
Oh, well, you mentioned that like the Pico is something they're actually guaranteeing is going to be around for another.
Right. So instead of being
years,
specific to a chip, now you're dependent on an architecture. So if they want to make their Pico with different chips inside, I don't care, as long as it's got the same interface, the same architecture.
It'll run the same, yeah.
Anyway, it seems to be a pretty conservative approach. And my other little chips on here, if you go to JLC PCB and you search on parts, you can kind of find that, they have 85,000 of this, but they only have 400 of that. And so I'm always choosing things that they seem to have thousands and thousands of. Which means that I'm in the same bucket with everybody else.
Well, I think JLC PCB is the the leftovers from JLC, their main production arm that makes commercial boards. So we're looking at the scraps, but if they've got something they've got 70,000 of, that's not a scrap.
Yeah.
So
that's a lifetime supply.
I'm trying to be pretty conservative on that. And on this version of the board, I've got like 10 of the little support chips. I've gone to a few more support chips than the previous version of this we're using, but at 20 cents a piece, they're cheap enough to.
I don't know. There's a lot of overlap between my project and your project, Henry. I may be hitting you up for help.
Okay, yeah.
And that makes a good segue into Terry.
Oh, hey guys.
Show us what you had.
So I have something very, very similar to what Henry's doing. It's not as good. Not as good. The project I started on, man, it was like 4 years ago. I started on it and then I just dropped it. I called it the CoCo Blender. And the reason I called it the Blender was it was based on the propeller chip, which a lot of the imagery there with the propellers, they have this idea of a hub, and you run around with this hub memory and everything inside of the chip. And this one's based on the P2, which is instead of a hub, it has what they refer to as the blender. So basically, you're not waiting to come all the way around the hub. Everybody gets a bite, much faster with the 8 different CPUs that are in this thing. And what I've done is I've wired it into the CoCo and exposed all 16 of the address lines, the E clock, the Q clock, the read-write line, CTS, and halt line are all hooked up. I've got to pull up on the halt, and in order for the CoCo to start, this thing actually has to boot and allow the CoCo to start. So this is a propeller chip called the Propeller 2, the P2, made by a company called Parallax, and it has 512K of RAM available that gets split among all of the among the 8 CPUs that are in it. So it has 8 32-bit CPU cores that you can run them, safely around 250 megahertz in most cases. It has 64 I/O pins on the thing, and it can drive VGA. It can drive HDMI. You can add external RAM onto it using hyper RAM and things like that, so that you could get a whole full frame buffer for those really high resolutions if you wanted to. But what I want to do is just use this as a generic interface to the CoCo to emulate all of the things the CoCo SDC doesn't have. I want to have 6551 UARTs emulated. One thing I've already done is emulate a SID chip, and I did that that was like the first thing that I did. It was really easy because all it did was read data that the CoCo would put out there, and so it would play music. And there's a video out on the Facebook group that shows that. Whenever I started on the part of doing the 6551, I got stuck, and I think I've kind of made a sort of a breakthrough with it. A lot of the problems that I was having is whenever it would call for basically a read from the 6809, I'd run out of time to be able to present the data from the hub on the bus. And what kind of come as an epiphany is basically going, and whenever the Q clock gets asserted, then hey, your address lines and your read-write lines are all settled. And so I've been able to now put data back into the CoCo, and I'll just give a quick demonstration. I've got this loaded up with the UART emulation code that I'm working on right now, and I guess we'll see if it's been sitting here, and it may not work. It may crash, and we'll just test this thing out. And that is a loopback that is passing through the P2. And that allowed it to actually pass all the way through the P2, which sounds like a really simple thing to do, but I didn't understand all of the registers and the way that a good way to be able to get that to work with the CoCo in a way that it would all kind of handshake there. Something's a little bit difficult for me, and I saw the way that Henry was doing his debug output of what the status register is on his emulated 6551, and I was trying to do a similar thing, but I was doing it in a way that was causing problems, and so just debugging it made it not work. But what I probably the next steps on this thing is to I've already written an Ethernet driver for the Wiznet 6100 for this thing, and I can put in a layer to emulate a modem and try and do what I think they call it Xi modem or something like that does, so that you can ATDT host name, port number, and you connect out over the internet using your regular your regular KBCom or have it where if a connection comes in, it sends a ring and sends carrier detect status, and I can get it wired into the bulletin board, and I don't have to have a full Raspberry Pi on this thing. But it's been a project that's there's literally dust on this thing where for 4 years it sat over there after I made the SID chip work with the CoCo, and it's like, okay, I'm done. Yeah, I tried to do the 6551 and I just could not wrap my brain around it. I'm not that smart.
Well,
I'm not,
and now,
and I'm not a good coder.
and you've got the 6551 bugs.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
CD is supposed to be level sensitive, but it's edge sensitive, and
Oh wow!
And you can't
signal
receive
is-
data if CD's not high, and
and there's another line that's the reverse problem. So then you have OS9 programs that have been patched to work around the 6551. So unless you put the bugs in your version of the 6551, none of the programs will work.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there that is definitely outside of the data sheet, and I've read how VCC does it. I've looked at some of their code, and I should probably look at VCC's code a lot closer. And the real world problems of timing. One of the mistakes I think I've also made is the CPU that I've got dedicated to reading and writing to the CoCo bus. I'm doing manipulation in there for the ring buffers that I have configured for the 6551, and I shouldn't do that. I should just go ahead and use the status register and the handshaking that's there to do this stuff, and I think I'll probably wind up with a much better result. But it's kind of neat. I mean, I've spent probably I don't know, probably 10 or 15 hours working on this thing, the
Yeah.
past few weeks.
So just my experience, I did a very minimalist reverse engineering of what's the bare minimum that OS9's 6880 or 6850 driver needs. And basically my status is either a character's ready or a character's not ready. And
Yep.
nothing else beyond that is being emulated.
Yeah, I think that's basically all that I've got emulated currently is that, and
I have
just
not tried it with a modem program or something that looks for other status bits or the carrier detect and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah. The one thing that hung me up for a long time is I didn't know what got asserted to allow the program to know, hey, there's a 6551 here and it's alive. And what would happen is I would start it up and the machine would basically lock up and it'd be in a locked state. And I didn't realize that it actually asserts a 1 saying, hey, there's no data for you to pick up. And once I realized that, I'm like, oh, okay. And then I was able to move forward with it. But none of that is actually explicitly described in anything that I found. And also trying to go through and understand the bus better. Again, I'm no expert at any of this hardware stuff. I like to play around with it, and I probably spend a whole lot of time walking around in the forest, because I refuse to read some document somewhere. like many people, it's like, I'm not going to read the documentation. I'm going to do it the hard way. But yeah, I mean, it's I actually have it talking there, and hopefully if I can make that work well enough. Right now, the problem that I've ran into is where the ring buffer gets out of synchronization of what it should be, and I'll read like one character behind out of the ring buffer into the CoCo. And I haven't figured out how that's even. I don't know how that would even occur, but somehow it is occurring. And
I've seen weird stuff like that too. And then the weird stuff quits being weird after some unrelated change.
Yes. My life an hour and a half ago. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think there's some cool things that I'll be able to do with it, because it's like there's so many things like the I forgot what the YA whatever the chip is that's used in the sound and speech cartridge. There's already code written for that for the P2, which makes that emulating one of those is going to be easy. And I just kind of want to put everything that is missing out of the CoCo SDC into this thing, and see if it's something that I know it's something that I want. At least one will be built. I'm definitely sharing all the code and everything that I've done with this, because I mean, I'm not going to make it. There's no money to be made in any of this obvious stuff, and just kind of put it out there for everyone. And what I'm doing here, Henry, it is so much less complicated than what you're doing.
I'm not sure.
Very impressed. I'm very impressed with the Pi there, and it basically emulating all your memory manager, your the IO, everything. That's just really cool. And having a single board computer like that, I want one of those. So whenever you put those out in the world, I'm going to be picking one of those up for sure.
All right, definitely.
But anyways, that's all I have.
Send me your address offline and
okay,
Discord.
Awesome, will do, man. But yeah, that's all I have is it's some success. Eventually here it will get behind after I type so much. And so, wow, it won't break now because it's live.
Yeah.
You have appeased the demo gods.
I know, right?
That's like my lost interrupt hang up problem, that I'm glad the third try worked for me.
Yeah.
Bill Gates would be jealous.
All right, but that's all I've got, guys. And if y'all have questions, feel free to ask.
Okay. Any other project updates? Nope. Okay. Shall we take a commercial break and then do Game On?
Could do that unless anybody wants to talk about their plans for next week.
We do that.
We got nothing.
There is an announcement to make. Jason, did you want to do that on your Nightmare Highway? I know it's your brother's, but
there's an announcement.
Okay. So
there's an announcement. It's not about me, is it? I'm always the last one to find these things out.
Okay. All right. So on Discord, he posted an item saying that the final edition of Nightmare Highway will be available at CoCoFEST. I'm not sure.
I've got this in the news too. Actually, if you want to wait till then, or do you want to just announce it now and I'll just skip it when we get to the news?
No, if it's on the news, that's fine.
No, let's make the news longer.
I didn't see an acknowledgement that anyone picked up on it.
There's a door prize if you compete in the new version of Nightmare Highway at CoCoFEST and get the highest score.
Yes.
What's wrong with announcing it twice?
The show's gonna be long enough already. and Nick and I both have to bump off to other shows, so I can't stretch it out too much.
All right. Well, then let's go into the commercial and then Game On results.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Morocco GP. We had a total of 17 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309 with 650, Mark B with 1433, Henry III with 1668, Mike Swiffle with 1960, Jim Rye 1977, Sabhead 1985, Ed Rhodes, 2089. Sloopy Malibu, 2221. Retro Rick, 2291. Wingnut, 2336. Canadian Retro Things, 2433. Coconut Bob, 2627. L Curtis Boyle, 2670. Shenley, 2880. Tasman, 2895. Buck Owens, 3377. And this week's #1 score belongs to Dr. Ted with 4241. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute.
Is he a doctor like Dr. Pepper?
Indeed.
Sure, why not?
Ooh.
So, yeah, that was, had a little bit of a battle going on between Buck Owens and Dr. Ted this week, so. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so, we already talked about most of the tips and tricks. Actually, first, I guess there is something I have to share here. Yeah, I'm really not organized this morning, so.
So
You too?
Are any of us really organized?
Here we've got a review of the game in, let's see, Rainbow, July 1983. So, talks about the game a little bit at the start. So the wisest strategy, start off fast. After you pass cards, don't worry about them anymore. They can't catch up to you. When cards come onto the screen, if you slow down and then pick your direction for getting through them without hitting them, that's probably a good practice. The action portion of Morocco Grand Prix is spectacular. The game is a visual triumph. The racers themselves are handsomely detailed. The only thing missing are curves and road signs. There is a red caution flag that comes out that I never saw. Comes out just before a fire truck comes out of the track. I personally never even saw the ambulance. I did see the ambulance in other people's games, but none of the ones I played. The sound effects are average, and Morocco Grand Prix is delightful to look at and a blast to play. So
I have to agree with his assessment of the graphic details of the cars for that time, especially in '82 when it came out. They were quite detailed.
So you're saying they were handsomely detailed?
Yeah, and the good use of artifact colors. He went beyond just the standard 4 on some of his car designs and stuff. So
the dithering.
And there was also
your brother, by the way, in the chat said no sofas appear in the game. 0 stars.
There was a high score submitted for this one of 4153, and Dr. Ted's score was pretty darn close to that, wasn't it? I have to actually look.
You mean a rainbow scoreboard score that's actually plausible?
Yep, Dr. Ted actually beat it.
So, oh, wow. So it might actually not be fabricated.
Somebody has to write Rainbow and put it, because we've got a new winner of Morocco GP. It has to be republished now. Somebody has to bring Rainbow back so that we can republish the new high score.
I've been there. The Falsoft building is still there, but it's filled with other things now.
Anyways, all in all, especially for its time, a good game. I do agree with his assessment that it could have used, even when you get to the bonus stage, some road signs about when the screen's going to change for you. Like when you go into the tunnel or you go into the snow or something like that. Would have been nice to have some sort of a little bit of a pre-warning, but as was pointed out by Dr. Ted in the live play, they run, once you get into the bonus area, it runs on a cycle that is fairly predictable, so you can figure it out fairly easily.
Yeah, if you want to see the ambulance, Ken, if you just run on the side of the road and just let it run for a long time, it seems the timer is actually still going, even though you're not getting points.
Mm-hmm.
And it will eventually show up on its own.
Yeah.
You just stay on the side.
Yeah, but you don't get any points for that, so.
No, but you wanted to see it.
Oh, I saw it on somebody else's game. I don't need to see it myself. I'd be interested to see the fire truck. Did anybody actually see the fire truck here, or?
I think I did back in the day when I scored better than I did this time. Back when I was young and had reflexes.
I'm assuming that it's those, like the ambulance and the fire truck, are things that come on after you've been going without crashing for a while.
The fire truck I think comes roughly around 2,700 points.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever the timing equivalent of that is. I did get to that one.
I see.
But it's nice. It's got a few, things that you get new in the game as you go.
Yeah.
It could have, if they just left it as straight driving, it would have got pretty boring pretty fast. But
Yeah.
adding in the ice where you're skidding around, the country roads where your car's bouncing back and forth, night driving, ambulances coming up behind you, that's keeps adding a bit more and more variety. So it kind of encourages you to keep playing because you want to see what else is there. Maybe there's some stuff not
Exactly.
mentioned in the manual or whatever. So
Yeah. So all in all, I would say it's definitely one of the good early games for the CoCo. So
yep, I would agree. The spinning out of control when you get hit, though, that does get annoying after a while.
absolutely.
You'd actually roll over side by side.
They did, as was pointed out during the live play, when you're coming onto the screen, sometimes if you time it just perfectly and you come across the barrier, the side barrier of the road, just as the road's getting skinnier, you will clip the next the skinnier part barrier, and it kills you
die immediately. Yep.
So that can get a little bit annoying too. So yeah, I don't know what else is there to say about this game. Anybody?
The only thing I will say is that it was one of MG Lustig's earliest ones. He did a couple others for Computerware and elsewhere. And then he formed his own company in 1983 called Arcade Animation Inc., where he brought out Desert Patrol and Ice Master, which is a Pango clone, and a couple others I can't remember off the top of my head. But so he actually, kind of got successful enough, selling through other people and decided to take it on all by himself. I think we've played some of his other games. I know we played his Moon Patrol clone that he did for Computerware.
Yeah.
Moonhopper,
yeah.
They also did some basic games, like he did a bowling game that actually has a bit of a 3D perspective. It wasn't too bad either.
No, haven't seen that one. All right. Well, I guess we can put a fork in that one and move on to the next games. We have two games that are going right now. I guess, is this a good time to announce that we are planning on having a show next week?
Sure.
So I had originally planned the two games because we didn't know whether there's going to be a show next week. So I put two games to go for 3 weeks. Since there is going to be a show next week, I'm not going to change that. We're just not going to have a game on challenge results next week. It's still going to be going this. These two games will be going until the week after CoCoFEST, and then the game that I announced today will be going also for 3 weeks, so it'll be 2 weeks after CoCoFEST when it ends. But
now, are we planning on doing like a kind of a review of how, say the previous, game on challenge on Thursday, just to kind of show people that maybe missed the last week or something?
Yeah, we can. We'll still have like a game on section where we can talk about tips and tricks and stuff. There just won't be a results.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I guess I can show up. Jeez. All right. So the other games that we played, I guess the first thing to mention is that in Chambers, playing on VCC seems to run it at a really high rate of speed.
Yes.
So
I have no idea why.
We don't know why that happens, but if you play it on XRoar, it's
or MAME,
a lot slower and a lot easier. MAME, real hardware. It all seems to run normal, but if you run it in VCC, it runs basically at double speed. So,
yeah, and it does it even on older versions of VCC. I tried that, wine wrapped one I have in my Mac for 2.10, I think it is, and it's doing it there too.
So we've got the best of best minds looking into it, but for now, I would suggest playing it on a different platform. If VCC is your thing. You can always, if you don't want to try to install XOR or anything else, you could always just use the Play Now button in the archive.
Yeah, and that works on all platforms that can web browse properly.
Yeah. So Chambers is, I don't know, tips and tricks for Chambers is basically don't die.
You should mention there's 2 versions of Chambers too.
Oh, is there?
You didn't catch up on that on the channel?
No.
Okay. The original one from Tom Mix, I think, has 20 levels and was copyright 1983. But I think it was Retro Rick that discovered there's the 84 update. So a second version of that actually adds 10 more screens to it and also adds more enemies. So there's 50 different unique enemies. And apparently the T&D version, because they bought all the Tom Mix stuff in the late 80s and started, including a game from Tom Mix and all of their magazines, the T&D cassettes. And that one actually fixes a couple of bugs. There was a bug where some leftover white pixels would be left on the left side of the screen at certain times. And but basically it's got extra levels, extra enemies, bug fixes, etc. Doesn't seem to make a difference on VCC speed-wise, unfortunately. But he put the alternate version of it available on Discord in the Game On Challenge. He also uploaded it to the CoCo Facebook group, and he's going to upload it to the Color Computer Archive. So that would be the actual ultimate version, the final version that Tom Mix did.
Okay. Well, either version is fine. I mean, playing the original version, I mean, I'm so close to actually getting through all 20 levels, but...
And for those who've not played the game, we should mention, like, each level is how many rooms?
Between, like, 20 and...
30 or 40 or something like
that? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's all these interconnecting doorways in different directions. They spell little patterns, and basically that's one level. And then you've got, 30 of those now to get through. So we're waiting for Buck and Dr. Ted to see who's going to complete it all first.
I think so far the closest I've come to actually even beating one level is I cleared like 5 rooms. So I don't need the extra 10 rooms, but hey, maybe some of you do, so you could play that version. That's fine. Or the extra 10 levels.
Yeah, I find it much easier to play that one on real hardware. I don't know, maybe just having a deluxe joystick, etc.
Probably. I find that I got a crappy joystick hooked up to my PC, so probably the joysticks that I have for my CoCo are better.
Yeah, I mean, I have Paul Fiscarelli's adapter. We can actually use real CoCo joysticks on a PC, but that only works for me on VCC. It does not work properly on XRoar. It does register it, and the X and Y work, but the Y doesn't work properly, and there's a bunch of weird things happening. And then in MAME, it was working, and then an update to MAME broke it for me for some reason. It appears to be working with some other people.
Wait,
so I'm currently stuck on just
something?
VCC. Yeah, surprise.
Wow.
But VCC, it works, but except now it plays it at double speed, which makes it impossible to play anyway. So
yeah,
it's unless you're Buck Owens or Dr. Ted, of course.
Well, you got 2 more weeks to figure something out. So
yeah.
So tips and tricks for that game. The only thing I can think of is when you're actually blowing up the bad guys.
Mhm.
Once you clear all the bad guys and have collected your key, then you can go through a door. But as soon as you clear all the bad guys, those kind of ninja starry things come onto the screen and they kind of track you down. So when you have one guy left on the screen, kind of move yourself over near the door that you want to go through, and then wait for him to kill him there. And then immediately you can leave the room without having to worry about those
Yeah,
things.
because you have a couple seconds, you'll see the stars kind of light up, but they take a couple seconds to launch, and you're safe. You can actually run right through them through a door.
So I highly recommend killing your last guy right and getting yourself right to the door that you want to go through.
Yeah, and I think if I remember, you have to clear all the rooms except the center one to open the center one, which is the main one to get out to the next level.
Yeah, sure. I'll believe you on that one.
And you can pick which one you want to start on too, which is something people don't realize if they've never played the game before. You can use the joystick to select which level of set of rooms you want to play on.
So
it's nice in the fact that you can explore the different layouts without actually having to have skill.
And you can actually I've found that there is a couple of layouts that I can score higher points on. Like I can get through more rooms than other layouts. So I don't know why.
Oh, good.
It just...
Yeah, definitely use the rapid fire if you're playing on joystick. That really helps. I usually try to, like, when it first starts, you'll see where all the monsters are going to start, and if they're all packed near you, get the heck out of there before you even worry about starting to fire. You have a couple seconds before they start moving.
Unless you're on the double speed on VCC, because they start moving almost immediately. So
yeah. Don't play in VCC. But yeah, you just move out of the way, and then you hold on the fire button because you can they always appear in the same spot, so you can kind of memorize the levels and kind of know which direction they're all going to go because it's the same pattern, and then you can just start mowing them down and kind of just adjust around. And then, like you said, you hang out by the door when you're near your last one or two. You can avoid the ninja stars. You can kind of lead them, and then you move faster than them, so that if you move more towards the middle and they gather in the middle, it gives you the whole outside range to go run around. So you can get around them to get to a door, but it's much easier if you just hang by the door in the first place.
They also they will disappear if they hit the center. Like if they're moving
you can lead them in
towards
there so they disappear. Yeah.
Yeah. Also another good thing is if one hits you, when you respawn, that one is now gone. So then you're down to like 3 or 2 or whatever.
That's a good game, and I'm trying to remember, did John Crane, the author, did he do anything else? I'm trying to remember if he was the guy who did Chopper Strike for Mitchtron / Computer Shack. I think that's the same author, but yeah, he had some pretty good talent. I mean, he put a pretty decent game out there. It's original, and I don't know of anything else he really did except for possibly Chopper Strike, if I'm remembering that right.
All right, so definitely a large, expansive game. So this is actually a good one to have for 3 weeks because there's a lot to explore.
Yep.
The other game that was chosen last week for the 3-week run is a game called Chispy, I believe it's called, which I know you don't like, Curtis. It's a pixel perfect kind of
that pretty well
European
explains it right
style
there.
game. Yeah. So you're a dog. And if you collect a little bone on the screen, you get a point. There's also a beetle that gives you a lot more points.
There's some other bonus shapes besides the beetle too later on.
And there's other bonus shapes, but one of the big things to actually make the game a lot easier is either playing it with keyboard, there's 2 fire buttons, or playing it with a joystick that has 2 fire buttons. One of the fire buttons will jump, the other one makes you poop. And if you poop in the path of a mouse, when the mouse hits it, it kills it. So
must have had tacos for dinner.
Yep. So that's the only way you can kill anything on the screen is by pooping. So otherwise, it's just a lot of like a platformer with very precise jumping, and there's like acid dripping from the ceiling that you have to avoid.
Yeah, and there's boxes you can push around and drop
boxes
off
to be
cliffs
pushed. Yeah.
I'll be showing a little bit on the game on news. Buck actually did a recording of him playing, and he got through, I don't know, 10 screens or something like that. So he's way ahead of me already, but it'll show you some of the tips and tricks and also just some of the stuff that comes up later. It seems to have a fair number of levels too, kind of like Chambers. So,
and
I won't say what Ken said in the chat, but it's funny.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a cute little game anyway. So
yeah, and it's one of these compiled to assembly ones. I didn't really see a speed difference. I kind of went back and compared one or two other, the standard interpreted versions of the game. Not that particular game, but other AGD games, and I didn't really notice that much of a speed increase. So I don't know. Maybe it's doing more physics checks or something that is different, but I didn't really notice that much of a speed difference.
not sure, but yeah. So I don't know. Is there anything else to say about that game other than try not to get too frustrated? Because
yeah, you'll need some patience to kind of get used to the controls and stuff to be able to survive more than like the first couple of times I played it. I couldn't even get out of the first room.
I think Jim Rye was having the same problem.
And then after that, I think I got to the third briefly.
Yeah, that's
and
about
died
how
as soon
far
as I
I've-
walked
mean,
on or something.
One of the things to remember is if you're walking off of a ledge to fall down to the level, like to fall below you, if you stop pushing forward when you walk off the ledge, you drop straight down. But if you keep pushing forward, you arc down. So
Oh, okay. I don't think I even realized that.
yeah, well, that's what you're doing at first. You're just walking off the edge and letting go, and then you're dropping right onto that bat.
No, because I think I always just held the joystick, so I always fell on the ledge or I'd hit the bat because it was in midair, but I was always diagonally going. I didn't
Oh,
realize
were
if
you?
you centered
I
it
thought
that you would go straight. That's cool.
I think you move less forward if you just drop. I might be wrong on that. Maybe
I'll have to try it again.
I'm just
Maybe when I have a bit
maybe-
more patience. I didn't have any patience for this last time, so I played it for like 3 minutes and I'm done.
It's entirely possible that on Thursday night I might have been drunk when I was playing it. I don't know.
So nothing different than the regular show like right now, right?
Yeah, pretty much. What are you talking about? I don't have scotch in my coffee cup. All right, so moving on to the live show from Thursday. Okay, let me see if I can find that.
Don't show me playing that Chesney game or whatever the heck it's called.
Chispy?
Chispy, sure.
Oh, there we go. So this is the okay, so this is the live show from Thursday, and yeah, we got lots of people playing Morocco GP, and
Yeah, somebody just
this
had the
one-
ambulance go by too. They're doing good.
Yep. I think that was Dr. Ted. So that was the main game that most people played on Thursday was Morocco GP. I think more by the end of it, when the crowd was a little bit smaller, we started getting some of the people playing Chambers. And apparently Popstar Pilot.
That's a paid Nick Marenti's sponsorship deal, I think.
Yeah, geez, what kind of a sponsorship deal has Coconut Bob signed with Nick? He's always playing his games.
Nick, do you care to comment?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Sure, yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Anyways, so that obviously, as you can see, I mean, we have the Game On Challenge games going, but you don't have to play them if you're in the Game On or in the show with us on Thursdays. You can play other CoCo games if you want.
Yeah. You'll also notice that the Chambers title screen in the upper left is the 1983 version. So that's the old one that doesn't have all the levels. It has
Yeah,
a
that's
few
me.
niggling bugs. So you
And
want to grab
that
the new
would-
one from the...
That would be me.
Okay. And as I said, right now you can get it in the Discord and the Game On Challenge channel if you scroll back up a bit, or you can get it on the CoCo group on Facebook, and hopefully it'll show up on the archive within the next few days.
So interesting. So as I said, either version is fine to play. So let's see. There we go. Oh, there's somebody.
Yeah, you can see an
there's
84 in the upper right there. Yeah.
There's Curtis playing Chispy in the bottom middle of there.
You bastard. You want to see inept gameplay? Watch that one.
Oh, and see, you can see if you can just see that Curtis dropped a poop. But you can only have one on the screen at a time, so you have to drop it in a spot that'll kill one of the mice.
Yeah, you have to
It
kind of
doesn't-
lead them into it, and then from watching Buck, which we'll be showing you later on the Game On News.
Yeah.
But,
Well, lead them into it or drop in like right in one of their path and then do it and get out of the way. Yeah, see, you're dropping fairly straight down there. I'll just rewind that a little bit and
we don't have to focus on my game at all, you know.
yeah, we can here. I'm pretty sure this is where I got the idea that if you don't have the joystick pushed, you just drop straight down, because like here when you walk off, you drop straight down onto the mat.
Yes, please focus
Normally-
on Curtis.
Oh, there you actually went to the right. Anyways, whatever. So Thursdays we are having a show this Thursday. If you happen to be already set up in Chicago and you have a computer set up, you can join us right from the show floor to play some games with us on Thursday night and tell us how things are looking in Chicago. Those of us that can't make it.
Yep, that's a good idea.
So that would be 7 o'clock Chicago time, I believe.
I
Will we
don't
start?
know. I might be at Portella's then.
I won't do my standard Portillo's rant.
You can get Portellas to go if you really want to. If you
Yeah, if you want
must.
to wait half an hour.
Okay, maybe I'll be getting some deep dish then. I don't know. Insert Chicago.
In fairness to
food here.
Portillo's, I was the only one who had that problem, but
it is what it is.
It's because you ordered that disgusting shake.
Oh, did you get the chocolate cake shake?
I got some sort of cake shake. I don't know if it was chocolate.
It was like a
It was
chocolate
a-
cake shake.
But it was the food that I had to wait. Like you guys all had ordered your food just around the same time, and you guys were finished eating by the time mine finally came out.
Yeah, but they
Forgot about
did it with the shake, so that's why it took so long. Because you ordered that shake. It's all your fault, Curtis.
I believe they call that diabetes in a cup. I think they
I just
literally
called it
take
late
like
as hell. I shouldn't be paying for this. That's what I called it.
I think they just take a slice of chocolate cake and put it in a shake.
Yeah, in a
The one
blender.
I think the one that Curtis ordered was a birthday cake shake.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so.
And I just about aged another year waiting for the darn thing. So let's just continue
I
on.
had to wait for your birthday.
So if
So,
you go to
anyways.
Portello's, order your shake separately.
Anyways, Thursday night, we are having a show, like I said. And if you
Yep.
happen to be at the Chicago show and can join us, please do. Tell us how things are going for the setup. And otherwise, those of us that can't make Chicago will be playing some games. And if you want to join us, it's in the Discord CoCo Game On
Game on
Challenge
challenge. Yep.
channel. So just join in there, or join us on YouTube, or join us on Twitch, and you can talk to us in the chat. We might even respond if we see it. But we're pretty intensely focused on the games we're playing, because
Yeah, I usually try to check the chat between games so I can at least catch up on it. But
I do too.
Yeah.
But sometimes
if you're on a
it-
roll in a game, you're not going to distract yourself to look at the chat type thing.
exactly, because we are professionals.
I just think if I look at the chat, I'm not going to
Scotch
do
is
much
kicking in
worse
again.
than I'm
Sorry, go
already
ahead.
doing.
Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
I figure if I look at the chat, I'm just going to do a little worse than I'm already doing. There's not much room to go down from there for my gameplay.
Oh, right.
But yeah, I mean, the nice thing about the Game On Challenge too is that if you do not have emulators set up, you're a casual listener to the CoCoNation, may not even have a real CoCo. You can just use the Play Now button, as Ken mentioned earlier, on the colorcomputerarchive.com. Just search for the game, and if it has a Play Now button on the side, it'll fire up an online emulator. And that
then you
even
can
works
just
with
share that
external
screen.
joysticks and stuff too. So if you have gamer controllers on your PC, you likely can use them.
It doesn't recognize all game controllers, though.
No,
So
no. Well, VC or
Mine
MAME
don't
and Vexword don't recognize mine properly either. So
But then, yeah, you just have to share that screen, and then you can be one of us. One of us.
One of us.
Room for one more.
All right, so
join us.
I guess that's all to say about the game on challenge. How would anybody like to see what our next game is?
It's not going to be as bad as that AGD one, is it?
Oh, it's another AGD one.
No, thanks.
No, I'm joking.
I might be napping
Is it
on Thursday.
Is it Predator?
I decided that after we played Morocco GP, a lot of us got a little frustrated with running into the cars and flipping off the screen. So I've decided that this week we can have some revenge.
Oh, Demolition Derby.
Is that your yeah, I guess that is actually the name of it. So this is basically you can't jump like in Bump and Jump, but the idea of the game is to race and run the other cars off the road, make them explode. So
Yep. Then there's fuel tanks to catch or shoot. I can't remember now to pump your fuel up.
So instead of bump and jump, it's bump
Oh,
and
Mark,
bump.
Mark, me, you might want to mute your mic while you're unpacking your lunch or whatever you're doing there.
Oh, digging in a box of screws.
Oh.
So here's the title screen. Demolition Derby.
Yep,
So
another Spectral Associates one that was licensed to Tandy, sold as a cartridge.
So
kind of bump and
you
jump
can-
light, I guess.
Yeah.
Just bump
So
and
there's
bump.
there's gas cans and looks like ambulances. I guess you're not supposed to run the ambulances off the road because you don't get any points. But yeah, so this week or for the next 3 weeks, I guess you can take revenge on all those cars on the road and run them off and destroy them. So
yeah,
a nice follow up to Morocco GP.
Now, Morocco GP, were the cars getting flipped off the screen or was the screen being flipped off?
You were getting flipped off the screen.
Yep, you went to this
If you-
massive 360-degree spin.
Yeah, if you hit any of the other cars, you went off the screen. Now you can hit the other cars and drive them off the screen.
Yeah. Still no couches though. Sorry, Ken.
It's somehow because every time I hear GP, I think there should be a T at the end of it.
No, it's an X.
So
You are being assimilated.
Somehow related to being driven by Chat GPT or something.
Are you thinking of Monaco?
Yes.
Yeah,
actually, yeah,
Grand
whatever it
Prix
is.
is an X.
Well, it is a clone of Monaco GP from the arcades.
Hmm.
That's what it's based on.
I'm just
Mark
off the La La Land.
Mark was making a joke about Chat GPT. Come on, people.
I'm
He's
just
too
off the
busy
La La
playing
Land.
with. He's too busy digging in that box of screws.
Well, hey,
Exciting screw.
It's CoCo related because I'm trying to find screws to fit in the bottom of this multi-pack.
Mark is trying to figure
Just
out.
admit it,
how
Mark.
to
You're
get-
you're screwed.
You don't put screws in the bottom of a CoCo thing. That's so you can take the lid off.
No.
Yeah. Who has
how are you
screws in their
gonna open
CoCo
it up?
anyway? Who's got screws in their CoCo anyway? I'm not even a
Really?
hardware
Come
guy. I
on,
don't
come
bother
on,
putting the
Mark.
screws in.
Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Like,
Come
well, mine's
on.
buried under papers right now, but I'd do the same thing.
Just
Me,
take
I
the
like
top
trying to
off.
keep all the screws in there, but you know.
Well, they're supposed to be taped to the bottom of the case somewhere.
I don't even know where mine
bottom
are.
of the case, under the keyboard or under.
I
the
may not even have
multipack
them
board.
anymore.
And it's time for that part of the show where we say, "Show your CoCo top."
Oh man, there's stuff sitting on mine.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of crap on
Topless
mine. I'd have to
CoCos.
dig it under.
My Coco's top.
Oh no, there isn't.
Yeah, I guess there is screw holes in these. Wow. I didn't know that.
I there it is. Screw holes.
Who knew? No wonder they were
look
so
at that one. That
expensive.
one's toasty. That's a CoCo 2 one. That's toasty. I think I have one that color somewhere. That one is buried under stuff, though.
Yeah, I paid $25 for that one on eBay a few years ago.
Did it come with screws?
It did, but now it doesn't have a salt jet because I needed it for a CoCo 3.
So it's been assaulted.
Yes.
It's been desalted.
Desalted.
Ah, yes.
You know, there's
Salt-free.
replacements now. Modern replacements for salt.
Is there? Have people come up with a whole replacement? I tried to. I
Yeah.
started on one, and like all of my projects, I didn't finish.
Yeah, isn't
Yeah,
it like a
called the
pepper chip?
board.
Yes, the
Pepperboard.
pepper
Yeah,
chip.
Pepperboard.
Nice.
That's by Pedro.
Yes,
Pedro
if I
Pena.
could only
Same
remember
guy who's done the
names.
CoCo motherboard duplication.
Very
Now,
nice.
Is the Pepperboard compatible with the Burger Time clone?
Yes.
I'm sure it
That's
will.
called
Lunchtime.
lunchtime. Come on, man. You should know that.
I couldn't remember what it was called. I'm sorry. I
Jeez, man,
don't
know your
have
CoCo
a
trivia.
CoCo game site or a
Neither
game
do
on
I.
challenge I pick every week.
All right, well, that's all I have to say about the CoCo Game On Challenge. So
Thank goodness.
have fun, everybody.
And Rick, you're experimenting with fonts, or what are you doing there?
Oh, yeah, I was looking through all the fonts available, and then after I took the top off my CoCo, I was wondering if it was still running or not. So,
Oops.
it is.
If you
Yeah, I'm
really
kind
want to
of-
know if
I
it's
don't know-
still,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you really want to know if it's still running, just take something metal and stick it down on a bunch of the chip legs.
Oh, and then it won't be, and you'll know.
1 star. Do not
You
recommend.
can use that to vote for the next pope. There, you can get what kind of color smoke you get coming out, and
Right. What's left when you turn it back on?
is it gray? Is it white? Is it black? What?
All right, well,
All right.
Shall we move on to the news?
Yeah, I think I'll go with the game on news first because I know Nick's got another show that starts in half an hour. If he's still awake.
Oh, you'll have to give me the link actually, the login.
Aaron's supposed to be sending that directly to you. I was more talking about you can do your presentation here first.
Oh, okay. Let's do that first.
All right, here's the intro.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Hey, there's that fire truck from that game.
Yeah. So first up will be Nick because he's actually got to get going to another show. He's actually on the big grand tour promoting his pinball game. So he's going to have the first presentation here. He's going to have one on the Amigos, which I'll be covering when we cover future shows because it's on today starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. They'll be going on for several hours. And then Tier City Trash Talk is having their live show this evening as well, which is at 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern, I think, somewhere around there. So anyway, if you want to, completely, ignore life and just watch retro computer shows live, you can do that all day today.
You're in the right place.
Yeah.
All right.
Did I give you enough time, Nick?
Yeah. Now, what am I presenting again? Yeah. No, it's all right.
Your animated avatar.
Where am I at? What am I doing? Who are these people?
We sort of showed a bit of this last week, but anyway,
You've added some stuff though.
Suckers for punishment. Let's go again. So I'll just share a video for anyone who hasn't seen the last ones. Let's see if I can get it working.
You find those screws yet, Mark?
Yes, I did.
The sound.
And Mark, when you look for the screen share from Nick, make sure you don't pick Kevin's by accident because he's showing the same game.
Now, for those who didn't see last week's show, my latest game is a pinball game written for the CoCo 3, and the story behind me choosing to do a pinball game, considering I'm not a pinball guy, is I had my arm twisted that everyone was saying you should do a pinball game. So I thought, well, there isn't a CoCo 3 pinball game out there, so maybe I should write one. It'd be something unique for the CoCo 3. So I'm doing the pinball game, even though I don't really like pinball, and slowly I'm getting to like it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to like the money.
Well, yeah, let's see if we can get to that point first. I've got to finish this pinball game so I can go back to doing real games like Neutroid. So,
Crikey, I hate pinball. Let's make a pinball game.
yeah.
Nick Marenti's I Hate Pinball, CoCo 3.
Were you there, Jason? That's an exact quote.
It pretty close. So I just, rather than try play it, I just made a video of the latest version. Now it's not complete. It's still got a long way to go. There's still a lot of things I've got to fine tune. But anyway, this is a work in progress. So I'll just start the video. And that's it. What do you reckon?
Oh, amazing. Stupendous.
It's already better than Neutroid. I'm impressed.
Yeah, there's another Neutroid reference. Drink.
Pinball with a nice big pink pinball thing. I was going to go for a, I'll just do a pause here so I can talk a little bit. Yeah, so I thought a lot of these pinball games that are coming out on other computers have you know, they say pinball and then they have a second word in there, like on the Amiga, Pinball Fantasies or Pinball Dreams. And I was trying to think of something for mine, but then I thought, nah, just pinball will do. So I kept it to
It's less to
pinball.
draw.
Well, it's pinball now. I don't know if my pinball game would be as good as some of those others. So I don't know if it'll end up being much of a fantasy. So anyway, I thought just call it pinball, and if it does work out all right, I can always add a little.
You could have tagged on to Ken Reichert and just called it, you know, Pinball Nightmare or something like that.
Pinball. Well,
Pinball Highway.
If it turns out really bad, I'll call it Pinball Nightmare. Yes.
Yeah, and then it's kind of
Anyway.
a self-describing blog of what it took to produce it.
That's right.
Oh,
Nightmare. It
Ken
has
says
been
in
a
the
lot of
chat,
work.
Pinball Troid.
Yeah. Don't laugh. I did consider Neutroid pinball.
Yeah, he did. I talked him out of it. You can thank me all later.
He talked me out of it. So yeah. So anyway, this is pinball. I might as well just let the video keep going.
And going.
Now that's the title page, obviously, and it has a 6 high scores that it maintains.
And it's not anatomically correct.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it there. It spans 2 vertical screens. So you'll see when I start it, and there it goes. Is the sound coming through?
No.
No, it's not, because I've got it muted. Hang on. No, I can turn it on from here.
Bleep.
There we go. Okay.
Ding.
So I've tried to make it more appear like a old school mechanical pinball from the 60s, 70s maybe, rather than do what most other pinball programs do nowadays, and that is go for that whole electronic pinball type look. So the sound effects are very mechanical. The score counter on the bottom left, I've tried to mimic a mechanical counter using the wheels that roll. And there's still a few things I've got to add in. There's an area in the top right of the screen, which is a bit, that big black area. There's more to come on that. Oh, I should probably pause here. I'll just hit pause. Once you activate these targets, which you saw, is my mouse pointer showing up on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Up in this corner, there's 5 targets. Once you light the 5 targets, it activates this thing in the middle. which I don't know what to call it yet, but it's basically a spinner which has a magnet that spins around and round. And when the ball goes in that area, it tends to divert the direction of the ball a bit. So if I was to put the ball right now in there, it would divert it towards the purple ball. And the purple ball's spinning around all the time to give it a bit of randomness. When you do activate this, all scores are doubled as well. So it pays to hit all the targets, turn on this device, this spinner, or magnetron, as Curtis seems to like that name. And then you just, every score you get is double. Of course, the ball is very, you can't, it can throw it everywhere. So you don't last too long with this thing turned on. Anyway, I'll let it go and you'll see the ball move in odd ways. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm just holding the ball in the flipper. You can see the magnet move. There we go. So the ball entered there and it was pushed to the right. And straight down the guts. So that's how.
That's realistic pinball right there.
Right.
Well, it is for me. That's all.
Well, you notice the center magnet was lit, so yeah, it was pulling the ball right down the chute.
Yeah. Yeah, it accelerated it in that case. That thing on the side is a ball kickback. So yeah, if you get the ball up here and drop it down there, it hits this this switch on the way down, and that will activate the ball return. If you look at the bottom of the screen when it gets there again, there we go. The ball return is down here, and that light comes on when you do get this that switch. Now the ball return, if the ball was to go down, it spits it back out again. So you save a ball. So it's good to get that thing. And even if it is already lit, you can keep going over it because you get 80 points each time you go over it, or 160 if you also have the magnetron on.
So how many of us were skillful enough to lose the ball even with the ball return lit?
Well, you can still go down the sides, right?
Well, no, you can screw it up because it kicks it back up. But if you flip the flippers the wrong way in a real pinball game, you can catch the ball that it's trying to give you back and shove it back out of the field again.
Well, in this one, it doesn't because it always spits it up vertically between the
where
two.
you can't hit
it. So it doesn't even matter if it comes in from the sides. Okay.
If it goes in the sides, it'll still go down the hole in the bottom, but the ball return will send the ball back. Mind you, you can only use that once. So once it's kicked the ball back,
it's gone.
That turns off. So if you want to do it again, you've got to try and get the ball back up here to turn it back on. Otherwise, it becomes a bit too easy. You just keep playing until the light turns off. So you can use it once until you have to reactivate it. And there it sputtered straight out again. So at the moment, I'm not deducting the ball counts, but yeah. Now, in that situation, I would have lost the ball, but with the ball return, I would have lost the ball. It's the same ball coming back into play. Likewise, that magnetron spinner thing, that also gets turned off once the ball is lost as well. But not if you have the kickback. The kickback sends back the same ball, so the spinner keeps working until you actually lose the ball.
Then you have to get all 5 targets again to reactivate that.
Then you have to get all 5 targets. Someone suggested what I should do is when you get all 5 targets, actually turn off the targets even though the spinner is on, just so that you can still try and get more points. Because you can, if you time yourself right, you could get the spinner to send the ball in direction of the target. So it's an extra skill element.
Oh yeah, hitting
Anyway.
lit targets could be free money. More money, more money.
Yeah, because it is double. It is double points at that point.
And then you can give a really big point bonus if you get all 5 again while you have the 2 times.
Well, now you're just complicating things. You're an OS 9 programmer, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, I got
Well,
it over
I
there.
like just from the last time I saw you demoing it, you've added a few things here. You've added the verbiage on the bottom to explain that the ball return is active when lit. You've added the whole slider and the 80-point thing on the left. So you have added
I'm
a few
always-
things. Just
At this point of development, what I'm doing is I'm not trying to add the other things. I've sort of done a pause right now so that all the things that I have got done, I fine tune them, get them working correctly, maybe change the graphics if I'm not happy with it. And I'm also playing with the ball physics. I feel the ball's a little bit slow. It's a bit lethargic in areas. So I've got to just play around with the inertia a bit. And I want to get all that sorted out before I continue trying to add more features.
yeah.
Right.
Currently there is only one, let's see, not bug, because I don't have bugs. There is one.
It's a feature.
Unexpected
bonus feature.
Well, I don't know if it's a bonus, but there is one. You can semi see it there. It's not gonna do it wrong there, but sometimes where the ball is right there, it gets stuck on the paddle.
Oh, cool! You got to try to.
Yeah. So that's the only bug at the moment, but I
Just
mean,
say it has sticky ball support, and then you don't have to change anything.
Yeah, it is very
There
much
you go.
sticky ball.
Are the magnets on that magnetron thing there going to mess with my CM8 monitor?
Yes. You'll have to degauss it every time you play the game.
As a bonus, when you activate this, it degauses your monitor.
Oh, okay, it's a bonus.
It's a bonus there.
It's like having a memory minder diskette for fixing drives there. This will degauss your monitor for you.
Oh, I turned it on again. Yeah, you can see it fling the ball whenever it goes near it or within it.
Is this optimized with a 6309?
No, no. Like it, I will put 6309 support in there, but only just turning it on just to get that extra 10% speed. But at this point, I'm doing the game to require only a 6809. So
Make it
that
work
way I
there.
can just-
It'll work everywhere, right?
yeah. So it's got to work on everything. There is one thing I'm trying to fix still. I'll see if I can pause the ball in the right position so you can see it. Oh, I don't know what I've typed. What I've
Now you're
pressed.
drawing on it.
I know. I don't know how that come up. What is this? I didn't know I could do that. Anyway. Oh, down the side and spits it out again. Now, if you look at the ball, when the ball comes up this high around the top, it'll start to flicker. I don't know if it'll show it here. Not there, it won't. But when it gets to the very top, if you look at the ball, there we go. There we go. I just paused it, and you can't even see the ball.
It's run right off the.
It's the timing with the screen. So the screen is redrawing right at that point, and the ball blanks out. Even though it's actually drawn the ball, on the video, it blanks it out right up the top there. So there's
so it drew the ball, but it's immediately redrawn on the screen from the top.
Yeah,
and since
the
the
screen
ball's
wasn't-
there, we can't even see it.
That's right. And I've just paused the video at the moment, so you're seeing it actually turned off. But
Awesome.
yeah, that's the only timing issue I've got to fix up. And I have an idea on how to correct that, but I'll do that around a bit later on towards the end. Do you hear that rhythm? Dum dum da dum 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 dum. I didn't program that. That was just it just happened. I thought that was pretty funky. I'll just go back and you can
Go with it. Yeah.
Shave and a haircut.
2 bits.
Now, do you have it so you can shake the machine?
Not yet. Yep, but I do plan on having something like that. Yes.
Tilting.
Cool. Yeah.
By the way, Nick, just to let you know, because you probably don't have time to look in your Discord here, but Aaron he said he sent you a Discord invite into the ICC room, so you should be golden to go on to their show afterwards.
Okay, I'll have a look after this presentation.
Yeah, they don't start for 15 minutes, so you got time.
So you can see that it really does change any strategy that you might have. It really diverts them. And when you do turn it on, there's a voice that says activated, so it has voice effects as well. Anyway, I'll just let it play through.
I like the way the score goes with the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And modern pinballs tend to get so crowded. There's so much crap on the screen. I like a little space to let the ball move, you know.
Well, I am planning on putting something in the background as well as a bit of pattern. It'll be a subdued background. It won't. Like you're right. At some of these other fancy pinball machines, the screen looks so busy.
There's another 182 switches and chutes and ladders.
Yeah, it's a bit too, and not being very good at pinball in the first place, I could never play those sort of games.
So when are you working in the feature creep?
Well, I'm not. I'm really
pull the plug.
He really doesn't like pinball.
Yeah, at this stage I sort of wanting to get to the end of this so I can go back to doing another Neutroid.
And like I said before, there's no accounting for people's taste, but I mean, Nick, I think like trying to get like the core stuff, like the balls and stuff, running around looking sort of semi, because you're not using a bunch of fancy sine cosine math. You're just kind of doing it the mathless way.
Mathless way. You got.
I think you're having a bit more fun now designing like what the board's going to do and what your different target things do and all that kind of stuff. Like that's the fun creative part, but trying to do physics is really, really boring for a game programmer.
Yeah, well, doing math in general is not my forte, but now that I'm doing more of the creative artwork and stuff, I'm getting a little bit more excited, and seeing it up and running as well. It's getting to excite me a bit more as well.
And I mean, the other CoCo pinball games, there's a few on the CoCo 1 and 2. Like there's the original Pinball Cart, one of the original launch titles for the CoCo, which actually lets you design your own boards, but it's pretty strange for pinball. Then there's stuff like Radio Ball, which Tandy did by Robert Arnstein. That one actually is pretty good. It has multi-ball support and extra targets and stuff, kickbacks, that kind of thing. And then Pinball Factory by Kerry McFadden from Mictron, which also lets you design your own and save them and send different tables off. That was a bit more realistic pinball, but none of those really, like, there's no scrolling for larger screens, and there's a bunch of other things that are kind of missing, and you're kind of adding all that stuff in, and then making it CoCo 3 with 16 colors, etc., and the smooth scroll, etc. That really kicks it up a level here, so it's becoming a really decent pinball game, even though that's not your favorite game, and it's involving math you don't like using or learning, etc.
But Curtis, do any of those other pinball games do shave and a haircut?
I have no idea. I know in the original Radio Shack cartridge, you could definitely get the ball stuck so it never stop bouncing between two specific areas and would just stay there forever until you hit reset.
A shave would scare me.
Right? I don't want to know what's under there.
But not as much as Rick.
Yeah. Rick's got much more to lose. Do you even have a chin?
Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm really looking forward to this game. It's really been taking shape. You've even in the last few days, or you've added stuff I hadn't seen yet. That
yeah. Well, I knew this show was coming up, and I had to.
Well, 3 shows.
There's one thing I was going to
Yeah.
ask you. You know, if you win or whatever, or if there's is there any spectacular thing with flashing so you can put warning on when the people first get the game that there's flashing that happens like some of these movies?
Nah. No.
I can't think of a real pinball machine that does anything like that, Ron. Do you know of one?
No.
No, you just get
because
free plays
pinball
till
you just play
die.
until you lose your last ball. I mean, that's
but
that's
there's
all there is to
no
it.
shocking blinking or none of that.
It's a pinball game.
Okay.
Well, maybe, like I said before, some of these modern electronic real pinball machines, they got so many lights and things flashing. I look at them and I think, oh, what the heck am I supposed to do here?
Right.
Where the heck is the ball? It's just drowned out by all the other stuff around it. Whereas I've modeled this more on a classic old type of pinball machine.
With a bit of new nuances and stuff added in, but not totally
Well,
distracting.
nothing there is new, really. Even that magnet spinner thing. There were machines back in the day that did have that.
Yeah, that's true.
Spinner thing. So it's not really new. I've tried purposely to keep it looking retro. So it's a retro pinball machine running on a retro computer. How's that?
Nice.
That looks good. I'm looking forward to the CoCo 3 finally getting a pinball game.
I'm probably 70% in completion of this one. So now that I'm approaching towards the end, I should be able to accelerate development. But like I said, I want to get everything I've done so far working as best as I can, and before I move on and get stuck right at the end trying to fix everything up and fine tune it. And that's it. So everyone can wake up again.
Right. Anyway, thanks for coming on and showing us the updates on that. And now you got to do your grand tour of podcasts.
Holy cow.
You're in 2 other shows to show that.
I better be getting paid good for all these shows.
Yeah, this was just the rehearsal.
Actually, I'm not being paid at all. What the hell am I doing?
You'll get double what you got for this one.
A division by 0 error.
I think you will sell some pinballs, though. You will get some money out of this.
Why did you decide
multiple dollars?
Why did you decide not to use the Puyan colors?
Well, this is a CoCo 3. Yeah, this is a CoCo 3.
Yeah, you don't need to. Why?
It's retro.
It's CoCo 3 retro.
The CoCo 3 is retro.
Yeah.
Maybe not as retro as a CoCo 1, but
there you go.
I'm waiting for the deluxe version with the phase shift.
I won't be programming any deluxe programs.
No, I don't think so.
No.
It did have the sound chip you could have used, but
well, who needs a sound chip? Look at the sound effects that are in there now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, digital sound effects actually are better than any of the
you're not going to be able to get those.
You get fixed certain waves you can use and stuff. I mean, some of them have direct access, but yeah.
This one has bells and rings and that sound like a bell and a ring. Even the voice comes out.
Yeah.
Quite
in fact,
clearly.
we'll be covering a little bit about that because 8-Bits in the Basement has a video that will be coming up on the news here, and it actually involves a Nick Morenni's game. So, Nick, you'll have to come back and watch the rest of the show afterwards.
Oh, okay.
He patches one of your games. Let's put it that way.
Oh, gee.
Is it Neutroid?
No, it's not Neutroid, but I'm not going to say anything else.
Okay, I'll be interested to see it then.
Along with the electrifying experience, you could send along with every purchase of your game a 7,000 volt or amp transformer, so that they can hook it up, so that every time you get the sound, you get the effects of.
Get the kick.
Oh, that thwack that the pinball games used to do when you got the extra ball, it would do a mighty thwack. And
You have to stand in water while you're playing.
So, hey, thanks again, Nick. We'll let you get onto Discord so you can get the login credentials to get onto the International Computer Club meeting, which is just starting in about 5 minutes. And I know, Nick, you're supposed to be on the early part of the show. I don't know if you're going to be first or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that password now and see if I can log in now, so I can get back and watch this other thing that you mentioned. I'm trying to find it.
Sweet, break a leg.
Anyway,
yeah.
Don't worry,
don't do that literally.
No, it's okay. We have a disclaimer on the show, right?
Oh, it's a thing. Have a good show.
Abandoned all hope ye who enter here. Is that our disclaimer?
Yes.
Anyway, thank you, Nick. So,
before you go, I'm trying to find the link in Discord.
He said he sent you a direct message, I believe, in Discord. So just go to the direct message to see if you get something from the Devil Bunny or Aaron. I can't remember what he's under.
Yeah, I think that does ring a bell. Devil Bunny.
Devil Bunny.
That's his Easter tribute or something. I don't know what.
I think that's what he usually uses.
I don't think I have received anything from Devil Bunny yet.
The Devil Bunny.
It's hard to
He said he
see
sent you an
in dark
invite,
mode.
so in Discord. I'll just fire up my Discord. I usually have it off because it just sucks CPU time, but
We now entered the tech support section of our show.
Right. I do notice that Curtis did freeze up a bit when he said, "I'm turning on my Discord."
Turning on my Discord.
yeah, Discord's a bit of a pig on my system for some reason.
Okay, yep. I'm looking at the Devil Bunny feed, and I have not received anything.
Not even a carrot?
Nothing.
Ping him.
You must have sent it to that other Nick Morantes.
Right?
Yeah, I reckon he's send it to the wrong.
I think that other Nick Morantes.
An imposter.
Because you still got to look in there too, right?
That's because you said it as Nick Marionettes.
Oh yeah. Well, Nick Marionettes is in Austria, not Australia.
Yes. Wait, other side.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
okay. So how do I contact these guys and say, "Hey, send me the links"?
You know, they're probably watching the show, so you don't have to worry.
No, they're setting up for their show. They won't be watching us.
Their show.
Yeah.
No one watches this show.
Oh,
but I've got to log into their show, so I don't know. Hang on. Anyway, you just go ahead with this show, and I'll bust around in the background here.
Oh, by the way, Rick.
Me?
Yeah, you. I need one of your CoCo 3 keyboard repair kits.
Okay.
Probably the quieter one.
I am madly soldering, sir. So I will have stacks of them. Are you going to be at the fest?
Yes.
Cool.
Hopefully they'll catch that message I just sent him because I just noted Red voice already on their pre-show, so hopefully he's paying attention.
I'm going to be
Send me a link to their show. I can always.
I can't. It's they have to send you a direct link because you have to be a member otherwise.
Oh, you can't talk. Right.
It's not a public Discord.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely no message from him.
I wonder if he sent it to your old one, the one with the spaceship, your Gunstar spaceship avatar.
No, that's.
Oh, he's typing to me. He did see something. Just a sec.
So anyway, I got one.
He said Discord private message. So you didn't get one?
No. Not yet.
And I'm going to put it in an F board.
I'll send you a message.
It's got the F board's got the Mylar connector.
Yeah, but it's got the contacts on the bottom side.
Right, right.
Whereas this one's got the non-conductive on the bottom side.
Okay, so I can make you a flip one.
Okay, I think
So
that's
that it just does that. I'll do that.
I think
I'll make
that's
you one that's upside down.
Oh, the Australian version.
Well, because I sell an adapter to do that, but I could just make the keyboard that way. And then
well, this
Oh
one.
no, you're missing out on an adapter sale, Rick.
Well,
Well,
supposedly this thing's got pins on both sides, but I think the upper bank is kind of squashed.
well, yeah, they don't work like you think they do. So you can't just flip it over. You've got to actually.
Right.
It's stupid. Yeah. One side looks like it's pins, but it's really just springs, and it's not really connected like you think it would be.
Yeah, so I got like one key working.
Right, right. Because it accidentally made a connection somehow.
Yeah, only the key works.
Okay, I sent him a message as to make sure he's sending it to your newer account with your photo on it rather than the old Gunstar ship.
I tried to send him a message now, and I'm getting an error. Message could not be delivered. So I don't know. Someone's got the wrong address or whatever.
Neutroid error 9.
No, this is a Discord.
Well.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the link is. So he has to send me the link somehow.
Yeah, he just said he sent him via Discord in a private message, and that's the only update I've got so far.
Better go back to the show here.
Yeah, I might change it and kind of bounce around the order from what I normally do here, just because Discord, like I said, on my machine's an absolute pay on resources and RAM, and I've got so many tabs loaded up. I think I'll go through some of the things. I've got all the other programs loaded up here too, so I'm going to kind of bounce around, not do everything kind of in sequence like I normally would do. So the first thing, Grant has released the schedule for CoCoFEST. So I'm going to share that first. You guys seeing a little spreadsheet there?
Yep.
So Thursday, vendor setup starts at 5 p.m. and then the room closes at roughly midnight. And then Friday, there's also vendor setup starting at 8 a.m. The show opens an hour later at 9. That's more traditional, except normally we'd be starting it on Saturday in the previous years. So, and then he's got some of the actual events for the actual talks and stuff. He's got 10 a.m. on Friday is John Strong Intro to the Phoenix 09, which I'll be talking about the news too, because James Jones just got one of them. This is a 6809 on an FPGA core machine that actually has, some decent graphics and stuff built in. Boise's been working with these guys. We've actually shown some demonstrations. He's done some patched versions of Basic 9 and stuff, and they're adding color. Well, I think they've got color support and some of the high-res text screens already going, but he's planning on adding stuff like graphics and things too. So John Strong will be bringing his down. I can't remember if James is going to make it to CoCoFEST this year or not, but he just got his literally this last week in the mail. And then the most important part of the day, lunch. That's at 11:30. Then we got Terry Steggy doing the first of his 2 presentations at 1 p.m. on Friday, and that's a deep dive into the full screen editor based on the Microworks editor. So he's doing, we kind of covered this last week when he kind of guested with us here, but he's got a 2-parter on the Microworks editor assembler package, which predated EdTasm from Tandy and Microsoft by, I think, almost a full year. And a lot of the earliest CoCo programs and games were actually made with that assembler once disk drives started coming out. So he's going to be kind of going through the machine code, et cetera, and how the whole editor works. After that, we got Rick Adams doing CoCo War Stories. Now, he did mention in the Discord late last night, or was it this morning, that about 60% of the stuff he's talked about before, but he's adding some stuff that he just added to last year's Tandy Assembly. And he's also adding some new stuff that he's never talked about before. So there's going to be a bit of a rehash of some of the stuff. And for those of you who haven't seen him or haven't been to CoCoFEST before, you don't know these other stories, you'll kind of get caught up on a lot of the stuff that us old timers know, but you'll also be getting some new stuff that none of us have heard before, including apparently one of his teasers was about the times he almost got arrested. So that should be interesting. After that, we got Henry Strickland, Slow Horses and Beggars, which Henry actually just talked about earlier. So
yeah, that's the fake title. Those are actually streaming video recommendations I made, and they got pasted in as the title. It's actually going to be on how to create real-time multiplayer CoCo games using the Nicot OS gaming microkernel.
Cool. I believe the plan is that Randy's going to be recording all these, even if they aren't streaming them live, depending on what the bandwidth is, so that we can post them up later, because that's definitely something I want to catch afterwards.
All right.
After that, the 5:30 p.m. is the dinner break. 7 p.m. John Strong returns to using TileMaths for game program in the CoCo. I think this is kind of a follow-up to the one he did a few years back when he was doing, what the heck was the game? He was making a clone, a CoCo 3 game. Dr. Mario, is that it's kind of a Tetris-y Mario theme thing? And he also was doing another one. He was doing a couple of clones that is kind of based on that engine. So I'm assuming maybe we'll get some updates on those games too. And the show closes at midnight on Friday. And then on Saturday, it opens at 9 a.m. And then 9:30, Terry Steggy returns, except this time he's going over the actual assembler part of the Microworks Editor assembler package. And this, as he mentioned on our show last week, he disassembled everything and commented as best he can. He's actually looking for some volunteers to kind of go through and see if they any subtleties they want to add or any mistakes to correct, etc. But he'll kind of explain how that works. I will mention as a side, there are a couple of programs I've received from original authors from back in the early 80s that you can actually download from the Color Computer Archive or my website for stuff like the Donkey Monkey source, for example, the Ice Hockey source, Screen 64 source, I think's up there too. On the Color Computer Archive, so you can actually plug some of these new programs directly into the Microworks assembler and actually give it a shot yourself. It was a pretty good one. It actually had macros and a whole bunch of stuff. So after that, we got 11 a.m. Henry Gernhardt making and creating in under 225 feet squared, which I have no idea what the heck that's about. Does anybody here on the panel have a clue?
Sounds like a bedroom to me, but
could be. Or he lives in a really small house. I don't know. Lunch break after that, 12:30. Then talks resume at 2 p.m. Boise Pete's doing CoCo on the couch. Now, he did this last year, and this is basically where he takes some people that are fairly popular in the CoCo community, kind of does a little interview with the group of them, asking them questions. So last year he had Henry Strickland. I think you were one of the guests, weren't you? You're muted. And Brian Weezer was one.
Unmute. Yes. I was on that couch last year.
Okay, and then was it Brian Weezer and Paul Fisker? Was that the other two?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. But
I know Brian was, but
I guess he'll have 3 new people this year, right?
That's my guess. Yeah, no idea who. Then the auction starts at 3:30 p.m. This is always a fun time, just because sometimes you can just get wicked deals. You can find stuff that is rare. You can pick up CoCos for much cheaper than eBay usually does. So that's if you're looking to pick up some hardware or software, that's definitely the place to go. Then the official dinner at the hotel restaurant at 7:15 p.m. Which, because the prices have been shooting up the last couple of years, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is the last year they do it. Because I know even before everything else happened, that prevents some of us from coming down to the show, that price was starting to get to the breaking point of what was worthwhile. I mean, it's nice to have everybody at the hotel. They can talk and go immediately show stuff. You get talking to somebody. Oh, I got to show you this. It's on my computer in the hall, type thing. And you can just run over and do it. That was my favorite part of doing this type of thing. But it was costing you $50 for a meal. That's just getting insane. After that is the auction settle up, which basically means pay up, guys. That's at 8:30 p.m. And then 9:30, it says Brian Weasler with a bunch of question marks. So I'm assuming that means Brian Weasler. He's not renaming himself or anything, but I'm not sure what the question mark's about. And maybe he just doesn't know what he's talking about yet. I have no idea. And then the show closes at midnight on Saturday, and then Sunday will be used for breakdowns, etc.
I thought it was pronounced Brian Weasler.
And here's a list of the people that are presenting. So the complete list is Henry Gernhardt, Boise Pete, with it's spelled wrong. Way to go, Grant. Terry Steggy, Paul Fiscarelli, Brian Weasler, Rick Adams, misspelled that one too, and John Strong. I know he did it in a hurry this morning. I'm just bugging him. So that's the list of the presenters. That's pretty well the final list from what Grant was saying earlier. And there's a lot of interesting stuff there. Hopefully it's all recorded, and the rest of us that can't make it can check it out a little bit later. If it's live streaming, I'll try to catch it live as much as I can. And unless, of course, we're busy doing the CoCoNation show. Okay, so that covers that. We can start killing stuff off. Now I'm going to do a quick check on behalf of Nick. Did you get anything?
Nothing yet. I'm trying to find how to get onto their server. Nothing's just not working.
Because I won't be able to join for quite a while. So
No. So I don't know where to look now. What's the name of that show? Oh,
it's ICC, International Computer Club. But if you just go to the Amigos channel on YouTube, and that's where or Twitch, that's where they'll be live broadcasting it. But how to get you in, because it's an invite-only Discord. He did say he sent it. So the only thing I can guess right now is he sent it to your old account, and now he's too busy to check his messages.
yeah. So I don't know.
Ken, are you still on their Discord? Oh wait, I just got a message.
Yep.
He said, "Give me 2 secs." I'm assuming he means seconds and not the actual, the other way. Oh.
Thank God.
Triple sec.
Oh, Nick, you don't know what you have to do to join their Discord, do you?
Yeah, it's an exclusive club. Let me tell you.
There's a secret handshake and everything.
Oh my God.
As long as they're just
I wish
shaking
it was
hands.
hands.
That's no hand.
I mean, I'm just going to make sure that we get this connection going so you can actually join their show, and then I can kill Discord because I know it's stalling my machine a lot here.
Yeah, we can tell when you run Discord because you're like,
Yeah, no, it's a pig. You'd think
I
it was
run
like
it on my
Microsoft
phone.
Internet Explorer or something.
I run Discord on my phone.
Right.
99% of the time.
Hey, Nick, I just sent you the link he sent me, and he said, sorry, he's been running the show, so he hasn't been able to respond, which I was expecting because they're in the middle of it. You want to just check that link and just make sure you can join, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah, I'm just checking it now. Okay.
Here it is running its very first
Whoa.
demo.
I think I'm on. I'll just
might not be aware of all the
today.
going on.
That sounds like boat.
Funny, you should.
Yeah, I think you're on
trying to
too.
mute the thing.
Yeah, you're
think
live
you got
streaming
it.
it for us there, Nick. You might want to just
I'm
disconnect
trying
us.
to mute. Hang on. You caught me off guard.
Here we go. Oh boy.
They're getting it. Keep going, Josh.
Sorry about that, guys.
I love it. It's going the long
What
way
you do
around. It's
is
going
Just
from West
disconnect from
Virginia
us,
to
Nick, and then
Australia.
join.
Crystal right here, the main CPU clock crystal. If my cursor's, of course, not.
You didn't want to
present
watch our show anyway. Just go watch the Amigos live now.
And then this,
right,
MRS
yeah, you want me to kick 'em off?
8371.
Yeah, kick him off.
You swap the crystal, you swap
Bye,
the
Nick.
Agnes. got yourself
Doodles,
a
Nick.
No, we don't need to report him to Zoom. Okay, there he's gone.
Well, maybe.
Crikey.
That was Zoom abuse, I think. That's what that
Oh,
was.
cool. Finally got to kick somebody.
I think
Most
I'm
fun
right
we've
on
had
there.
in years. And I'm going to kill Discord. There we go. Okay, back to the regular show then. So I'm going to go through the upcoming shows because actually there's a few additions. I can just skip over CoCoFEST really quick, obviously, because it's next week, and I just went through the schedule for that. So
Everyone should know where it's at by now.
CoCoFEST is next week.
Yeah, so that means you better get started on making.
Oh,
some
I better
more,
get started on stuff here. Where's my soldering iron?
So if that little clip that Nick accidentally played there intrigues you, you can just skip our show and go straight over here on YouTube. Watch the International Computer Club. It'll probably be on the live stream. There's also on
Probably
Twitch
better
as well. And Twitch is kind of the main thing they shoot for. They're most of their subscribers are actually on Twitch rather than YouTube. And from what I've seen, the chat on Twitch is usually not as far behind as the YouTube one as well. But that show will be lasting for a few hours. I'll be joining them for a little bit later too. On Trash Talk and ICC later today, I will be going on to just kind of update some game projects we've covered on our show already over the last month or two, like the Superpowers thing by Jim Mullis and the Sokoban by Wayne Campbell. Stuff that's not quite ready yet, but is definitely coming up this year. Also the Myth Fair from what's his name from Jeff Noyle from I believe Triad originally, but he's doing that massive CoCo 3 Ultima style game that we've talked about. So I'll be just kind of updating, the external community that's not quite as fanatical about CoCo as we are.
They're just not in the in crowd.
Yeah. Well, obviously Nick isn't either. Couldn't even get on there. Next up, after that, later tonight is Trash Talk, the Terracity show, which covers all the Terracities, of course. This is usually hosted by Ian Maverick and Peter Satinsky. And Nick will be on to talk about pinball, and I'll be on there to talk about some of the CoCo game updates there as well. So that starts at, I think, 7. I would think it's at time here. I think 8 p.m. Eastern. So ICC might still be going by that point. I'm not even sure. And of course, CoCoFEST. Be there or be square. And that's actually coming up really quick here. Most people will probably be arriving Thursday evening, I'm guessing. And you can actually start setting up, as we mentioned, the schedule there on Thursday. And the show itself starts Friday morning. So it's less than a week away. Oops. That's not supposed to be. There we go. One that I just found out about is that the Cincinnati Vintage Computer Club is having their first public meeting ever on May 3rd. So this is on the same weekend as CoCoFEST. So if you can't make it there, but you're in the Cincinnati area, it's at the Westchester Community Room at the Midpoint Library in Westchester, Ohio. It'll run from noon until 3 p.m. local time. So it's kind of one of those, just a kind of a quick gathering, almost like a users group type thing, like some of the other ones we covered, like the Manitoba one, the one in Texas. And you can see some really old vintage stuff here. And because this is a brand new one that's just starting with the very first meeting, hopefully some people can attend to it. And if you can't, because of CoCoFEST, obviously, hopefully you can actually join it a little bit later. I'm assuming they're planning on doing these multiple times per year, like a lot of the other user group style ones are. Are you still looking for screws there, Mark? Or?
No, go ahead. I'm packing.
Oh, okay.
Now he's packing.
I'm just hearing all the rustling and stuff there. So. Okay, next after that is Retrofest 2025. This is in the UK, and it's being organized by Tony Jewell, and it's at Swindon, England, May 31st to June 1st. Multiple Dragon people will be there for sure, and I think some others are probably going to be coming as well, but Richard Harding and Chris Poacher for sure. And it's being held at the Great Western Railway Museum, STEAM, which you'll see the logo for down over here. So you get to get both a retro computer fest and a tour of the old steam engine trains at the same time in the same facility, which is cool.
That's
Next one after that is
logo, isn't it?
Pardon?
It's a great looking artwork they got there for that show.
Yeah, yeah. Did you help with it or?
No, I just admiring it.
Oh, okay. Next up after that is VCF Southwest in Texas. This is one that Mark B himself will be going to, and probably Brendan Donahue and Bob Emery and a few others might be as well. Mark Siegel has confirmed last week that he is planning on going to it as well. So if you want to meet Mark in person. This one's on June 20th to the 22nd at the Davidson Gunday Alumni Center at the University of Texas in Dallas. And free for kids. Tables are $50. You do get a discount price if you order your tickets in advance. You save basically $5 compared to what you would pay at the door. So adults are $25 or $20 in advance, and students are $15 at the door and $10 in advance. And they have lectures and presentations, and it's a pretty decent sized show. Next up after that, the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club. And they call it version 8 because it's the 8th time they've done it. And they call it the Bad Windows Edition, which I really appreciated that because version 8, Windows 8 did suck. Maybe not quite as bad as ME, but so that's on June 28th. And this is kind of a user group style one, but a little bit longer. It's from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Adam from the Commodore Chronicle podcast and also a regular guest on ICC. And he's also a regular guest at what was formerly called Boat Fest and now called the International Retro Computer Expo. So I've met him multiple times. He's one of the main organizers of this one. So if you want to check it out, but it covers everything. And he's actually a Tandy 1000 fan. He's got multiple Tandy 1000. So he's got a Tandy connection as well. So if you are in that neighborhood around that date, in Michigan, then maybe check that one. It's actually a pretty good show. I've seen some pictures and video from it before too. Next after that is the International Retro Computer Expo, which was formerly Boat Fest, but that was confusing people who couldn't find the boats. So they've renamed it the International Retro Computer Expo, and there is definitely a lot of international people coming in. There's several people from England and Europe and stuff coming down, I know, for sure. And this is July 11th to the 13th in Hurricane, West Virginia. You can get your tickets at Ticket Source, and as usual, you can get all the links, including to where to order tickets for the show, on our CoCo Discord in the news channel. And basically all the show notes for everything I show on the show are on there with all the links. If you want to see the videos, if you want to do downloads of software, if you want to order tickets, it's all in that documentation. And thanks to Mark Overhoser for constantly reminding me to upload it there, because I sometimes forget if I'm getting too rushed.
Yeah, too many things to think about.
Well, in this case, this morning, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show there, I was busy trying to get rid of a stray cat that wandered in the yard, and both the cats that live here were outside going nuts.
Objecting to it.
And the other two people that are my roommates here are both at work today, so I had to do that all solo. Next after that is the biggest one, the VCF Midwest, and the September 13th to 14th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. Not too far from where CoCoFEST is, and really close to where Rainbow Fest used to be. This year is the 20th anniversary of the show. There's usually a pretty good CoCo contingent that usually has an entire section of tables and stuff gathered together. That's all CoCo stuff all the time, which honestly is the only place you should show up. No, I'm just kidding. I believe, Rick, you're still going to this one, and probably a few other people are probably as well.
As far as I know.
Okay, Jason, you're planning on going, Jason, or?
I am planning on going to VCF Midwest.
Cool. And Rick, I think you're still planning?
Yeah, I'm still going to try to sneak one in. It's close.
Yeah, they even charged me for my first night of my room already at the hotel.
Like not just a booking surcharge, but actually like withdrew the money from the account?
Dinged my credit card for it. So when I called the hotel, they said, "Oh, well, that's part of the group rate. The first night is not refundable." But when I emailed, I think it was Jason Timmons about it, he said, "Oh, that's not true. I think you still have within the 30 days you can cancel or something like that." And he was gonna look into it and update the website. But yeah, that was quite a surprise that my credit card got dinged randomly.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. At least looks like Jason's going to try to get that fixed up. I will mention, though, the show for VCF Midwest, one of the few VCFs that does this, is actually free. If you're an attendee, doesn't cost you anything to get in. All the other VCFs, as far as I know, do charge, or at least most of them. Sometimes that's because they're on the piggybacking on another museum, like say VCF East or the one in California. But some of the others, it just normally charges. But VCF Midwest is quite staunchly against charging for attendees. They do charge for tables. Anyway, there should be thousands at this show. So if you don't like large crowds, maybe go to CoCoFEST instead.
Yeah, don't go here.
The sea of people.
Yeah. Next up after that is the same weekend, actually, as VCF Midwest, and that's the Retro World Expo, September 12th to the 14th at Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut. This is one that Henry Gernhardt is planning on attending because it's actually right near where he lives, so it's a nice quick trip for him. Nobody that we know of has actually been to the show before. It's quite a large one, and it covers pinball machines and arcade games and home consoles and home computers and wrestling and a bunch of other things. So quite a mixture of things there for a wide diversity of tastes. You can see some screenshots going by here taken from previous shows. Looks to be a fairly large scale show too. So I'm really interested in Henry giving us a live report when he goes to this one and kind of letting us know what the show's like and see if maybe it's worthwhile for some more CoCo people to go down, maybe even exhibit at it. Should be pretty awesome. This one does charge to get into. They are taking vendor applications already. The Retro Road Rumble, which is the wrestling side, they haven't done registration for that yet, and you can purchase tickets. Next up after that is a trip up to Canada, and that's on the same weekend as well, September 13th to 14th, and we've covered this the last couple of years. Frank from Retro Rerun is one of the official sponsors. We saw Trina of Trina's Technobabble there last year as well. And this is in Kitchener, Ontario, and it's called the Retro World Expo. And so that's the wrong one. I'm looking at the wrong notes here. It's called The World of Retro Computing, so WARC for short. And this is September 13th to 14th at the Old Goodies Department Center, our department store at 8 Queen Street North in Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, which is west of Toronto, about an hour. And it's right beside a place called The Museum, which actually has some tech-related museum stuff there. I don't know anything about the museum. I haven't had a chance to talk to Frank about it, but they're literally right next door. So like some of the other shows where you get the retro computer show combined with an actual museum of something else, if you want to, kind of coerce the family to come along to and, see something that's not just retro geeks, they might be able to do that there too. And this one runs from, it covers the gaming and home computer platforms, has vendors, seminars, LAN party, which has actually been quite popular the last 2 years. They've been doing that, so you can kind of join that. Workshops, door prizes, raffles, all kinds of stuff there. Admission is free to this one as well. It runs from noon to 5 Eastern on both Saturday and Sunday. Next up after that is Tandy Assembly for 2025, which is September 26th to the 28th at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield in downtown Springfield, Ohio. And they already got some exhibitors and stuff lined up. I don't know if they've got any schedules up yet for talks. Oh, they got the times for them up now, but I don't think they have any specifics yet. Yeah, it's all to be determined as far as those go. Friday is reserved for Tech Track stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
It's that TBD guy.
Yeah. Ted Bundy and something. I don't know. Yeah, but they got that schedules already set up, and but they haven't got the speakers announced yet. The Tandy Tech Track is basically on Friday. They have a whole bunch of really technical deep dive seminars without the actual show floor being open per se. It's more just you concentrate on attending those, and then Saturday, Sunday's the kind of regular show you get to go see the exhibits and talk to the people. So
this is the ultimate Septandy, right?
What do you mean?
Septandy. They're having it in September.
Oh yeah, isn't it always in September?
I don't know.
I think
it's toward the end where everybody's almost done with their Septandy stuff that they do.
That's a good point, though. They had that having it during Septandy and it's Tandy Assembly. That's actually a pretty smart cross promotion idea.
Yeah.
But I think that's usually when they have it, or have they had it in October before? I haven't actually been to one of these yet. That's in my future plans. Next up after that is a Portland Retro Gaming Expo in Portland, Oregon, October 17th to the 19th. This is also very gaming oriented. It's not so much on the hardware side of things, although there is some hardware stuff there. But you can purchase old retro games. It covers game consoles, electronic tabletop games, home computer stuff, and stuff that's more on the side, like plushie toys based on famous video game characters and all kinds of stuff. So it's a fairly large, busy show, as you can see from the picture here. AJ and Tim Linder have actually been here as exhibitors before. I believe they are planning on attending again this year, this time just as guests on the floor type thing. But it looked like they had a lot of fun last time. So, and as you can see here, it's just sponsored by quite a few different places here, including stuff like Atari Age, which is a great website that even has a CoCo section for talking about CoCo stuff. Yeah, the National Video Game Museum, etc. So, should be a fun time by all. And the last one is the very first official VCF in Canada, which is happening January 24th to 25th in 2026 near Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The home of poutine. If you want proper poutine, this is the show to go to. And it's at the Royal Military College, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that in proper French, and Frederick's not here to help me. But it's just outside of Montreal, basically. And
so
I'm glad they finally got. They've been trying. Sorry, go up.
Is this show going to be in French then?
Well, there's some French speakers there, like Frederick himself. He's natively French speaker. So, but this is actually co-sponsored by Frank of Retro Rewind as well. So he's kind of sponsoring an official VCF and then the World of Retro Computing, which was kind of an unofficial VCF for the up north, but we got a couple retro shows going.
It'll be all. I think the show will be in English and probably some French. It's just when you go out to eat, you're probably going to get looked at like you have two heads when you don't speak French.
Well, I from what I understand, it's like the English will be only 75% as loud as the French being spoken.
Well, I also have
like
concerns about Montreal in January.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
the problem
that's-
there? You go skating on the Rideau Canal later on. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, I'd have to update my wardrobe.
But you'd have to go to Ottawa for that.
Well, all of us Canadians know each other, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a hop, skip, and a jump.
You're all
Anyway, I'm
neighbors.
looking forward to see like who's going to be showing up to this one. Obviously, Retro Rewind will be there as one of the official sponsors, but
Somebody should send Nick Baroda a message to let him know that this is happening.
Because I think he's just over near Montreal, I think.
He's near Ottawa, I think he said.
Or Ottawa, not Montreal. Yes, yeah, Ottawa, not Mon. I'm already getting my Canadian cities mixed up. How would
I
I
can't
ever
remember how
get
far
there?
is it between Ottawa and Montreal.
Oh, it's a few hours.
Oh yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's metric hours. It's fine.
It's just like what between your neighbors in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, just take a look at your neighbor down the hill. It's 50 miles away. All right, it's fairly early in the planning, obviously, at this point, but and it doesn't look like they've had an update since March 19th yet.
Oh, there's the French part at the bottom.
Yep, bilingual, fully bilingual.
Oh, that's good. I just pommes frites. I know that's French fries. That's about all I know.
Just say poutine.
Well, that's with like the gravy, isn't it?
Gravy and cheese.
And cheese curds.
Cheese curds. No, I'll have to see what kind of poutine I can get in Ontario.
You could probably find some okay poutine. Just make sure they actually use cheese curds.
Cheese curds. Okay.
It's way better than if they just use like out here
Lots
where
of
they
cheese.
just use like cheddar or something like that. It's weird.
I am
Yeah,
planning
here's some Velveeta
Canadian
or
travel,
whatever.
So over the summer to some of the parks up there. So try to find some poutine while I'm up there, and I'll have to get my own Kit Kats this year.
Yeah, sorry about that, but
Yeah, these
circumstances
things
beyond
happen.
Control.
Yeah, I get it.
As it stands, I still don't know what my truck's going to cost, and I won't know until next month. So that was the absolute killer on it, because it could be thousands of dollars. So that'll be coming out of my CoCoFEST fund money anyway.
Yeah, that's a shame. The whole thing's a shame.
Yeah. Anyway, that catches us up on upcoming shows. So I will stop sharing that particular one. And then we're going to hit the news. Or, Mark, did you want to do a commercial in between before I tackle it?
I went to sleep already.
Okay, so you want to just continue on the news?
You want to continue on with the news or hit the snooze?
How long have we been at this?
I haven't seen a CoComan.biz ad yet, so.
Yeah, okay. We'll go ahead and do a commercial.
Okay. I got to go check because the doorbell's rang twice just in the last.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
Future Vision Research is your source for Fujinet platforms, including the Fujinet for Tandy color computers. The Fujinet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the Fujinet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own Fujinet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
A little brush of joystick to really bring our CoCo experience to life. And now I'm thinking a flourish of blue to accent our CoCo scene. And this scriptset blue might be, but as I'm looking at it against the canvas, it wouldn't be the right blue for me. We don't make mistakes on this show. We just have happy accidents. Now let's go for baseball blue. A nice hue to accent from our CoCo, but not overpower the scene. Hi, I'm TJB Chris, the Bob Ross of the CoCoNation, and you're watching the CoCoNation live show. Now, isn't that fun?
And that's not the right screen. That one is.
Ready for me to share?
Yep. Just don't
Okay, we'll go
overshare.
through the regular news first. So Terry Steen, of course, is doing the two presentations on the MicroWorks assembler here. Actually put up AI-generated sort of pseudo interviews talking about both the assembler and the editor as kind of sneak previews for those who want to attend his talks at CoCoFEST itself. And this, I kind of recognized as soon as I heard it as being AI generated, because Boat and Aaron actually did the same thing. They had an AI kind of fake review their show and published that. So I won't play too much of it, but just to kind of give you a feel of how it goes. Now, obviously, Terry will be doing live presentation at CoCoFEST next week with himself speaking. So he's got a male and a female AI voice here kind of doing it.
All right, welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're going way back, back to the 80s. We're talking about the Radio Shack color computer, the CoCo, and we're diving deep, really deep into a piece of software, the MicroWorks editor.
Oh, the MicroWorks editor, a classic.
It is, and we've got something really special to help us out today.
Yeah.
We've got a brand new, super in-depth disassembly, and I mean, this thing gets into the nitty-gritty.
That's amazing.
Anyway, so that's what he did as kind of a sneak preview. So he did these 20-minute kind of clips talking about some of the stuff that he'll be talking at the show. I was kind of curious on the panel here. Like, I'm not a huge fan for AI for doing this kind of stuff. I prefer to hear the people actually behind such things. Now, in some cases, it's necessary. Some people are really nervous public speaking or have a really bad speaking voice or, language barriers if you don't know English enough, type thing. What is your guys' opinions of doing these quote unquote interviews using AI? But covering like real subjects with real data in it. Do you have any issues with it, or you think it's a great idea? You care?
The live person will get the pronunciation correct.
Like, yeah, the cuckoo or whatever.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Unless it's Mark, actually.
Right, sometimes.
Mark's an AI. Just proved it.
We're in the early days of this stuff. When soon, shows like ours, as we're talking and we ask a question how far one city is from the other, AI could pop up and say, on the bottom of the screen how far it is. I mean, stuff like that could happen.
Not if you block it from your computer.
It really gets bad when you have an AI script feed an AI voice, because there is no moderation then, and you get some very strange things said to you.
Yeah.
Where if your AI writes your script, you will sort of humanize it as you read it, or vice versa. You write a fairly human script, and the AI may screw it up a little and talk about the V8 engine in some other car, But
like, I'm not totally against it, because some people just can't speak properly. Like, say somebody's really smart, wants to do a speech on a subject, but say they have cerebral palsy or something, and it makes it hard for people to understand them.
Right.
And this is a way to get around that, in which case I'm all for it. On the other hand, you can make up stuff and make it sound like you don't have to use a generic voice like the one that Terry did here, but I can make something sound exactly like Mark Overholser and have him claim that apples suck. And, nobody would know the difference if it gets good enough. And that's what I'm worried about.
Right.
You're an AI too. All the marks on the panel right now are AI.
Or you could hack a traffic crossing signal to talk like Mark Overholser.
Well, we already have a show called Trash Talk.
It's exactly like
about
that.
the color computer, and we've done it ourselves.
Trash talking.
Yeah.
It's
that
exactly
part worries
like,
me, because it becomes too easy. It's like Photoshop for touching up pictures, and then you can't tell it's real anymore. And now you can make it so it sounds like a specific person, and with all the inflections. And if you feed it enough data, it'll actually be able to even do some of their habits, and you won't be able to tell the difference between real and totally made up.
So you assume everything is fake.
Yeah,
I don't know. That kind of sounds like an L Curtis Boyle AI right there.
Have we had to?
I deny
our,
everything. Sorry.
Do we have to update our? When we first have our show and we say, it's
Our disclaimer.
We're not responsible for everybody. Shouldn't we add, like, maybe there's going to be an AI portion of this show that's...
I hope we never have an AI portion. I prefer, like, the user group meeting. I don't have any interest in talking to a bot.
I mean, yeah, but see, afterward, after the show's done is when the changes are made, right?
Well, no, because people could actually just make an entire CoCoNation show using AI with our voices, including yours, Ron, and just have it say whatever you want. You could say you absolutely love Max.
Hello?
And it'll sound like it'll sound like you, and people will believe it. That's the concern. Like I said, on certain specific cases, it actually is a boon, like for people that just can't talk that well.
Like for myself, I have gaps in my thinking and stuff because of the drugs I've been on, which I got off of, and I'm hoping to get better. But I'm telling you, it's tough to do any kind of show or video and explain stuff without either my hand shaking or my voice not being good enough.
Yeah.
So that's why
that's where it could be positive. Like I said, for people with nervousness speaking, or people that just maybe English is not your native language, so you're kind of mixing words up as you're trying to translate in your head on the fly. Like there's a lot of ways that it can be quite productive. But it should be a disclaimer up front. I've made this to make it easier to communicate whatever I'm trying to communicate. But it is me that wrote the words, as opposed to like somebody could just make up something off the cuff that has no semblance of reality, and you had no idea they were even doing, and they do it under your name. That's the part I'm worried about.
So what's better, me stammering and not being able to say words right, or AI doing everything perfectly?
As long as there's a disclaimer up front as long as there's a disclaimer up front that says Ron approved of what is being said here, if you used an AI, then it wouldn't bother me that much.
But not everybody will see the very beginning, right?
Or
hopefully
like
they do.
Disclaimer like a political ad.
I'm Ron Delvo's AI, and I approve this message.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
He didn't use my new name, Ron Deluxe.
And now we know it's fake.
Yeah.
No, just something I thought about, like when I went to listen to this, because it reminded me, like Boat and Aaron, when they did their fake interview of these two people reviewing the Amigos main podcast, and it was like a 30-minute review between this male and female voice, exact voices that Terry used. And I listened for the first bit because the AI, like, it does speak with inflections and stuff, so it sounded kind of real. And then as I'm listening to it, no, that can't be.
I'll tell you where this shows up is if you've ever watched the Apollo program or any of the space stuff or some science stuff, and then they have the AI do their little presentation about interesting facts about space flights and stuff. I watched that stuff. I was there. I know a lot about it. And so when they start talking stupid things, it's like time to leave because
but younger people won't know that. They won't have that experience you had of watching the original. That's the part that scares me.
Yeah. So I just put it down some and leave.
Yeah. I think if you can just have real humans speaking, I would much prefer that. There are special circumstances where I think it is worthwhile, as we just talked about a few specific instances there, but you have to have a disclaimer up front saying that this is, these words were created by an actual human. They just didn't speak them because of whatever reason. And basically, like you said, approving the message that I did agree to what is being said here because I'm the one who wrote the script or whatever.
So a few years from now, when an AI does a summary of what the CoCo is all about, and they have a SID chip in our machine and stuff,
Yeah, well, I've actually heard some of those already.
Have you?
That totally get it wrong. Yeah.
Jeez.
AI is so stupid still. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just a word prediction thing based on a huge dictionary, and it doesn't really know facts, and it has no way to discern whether a fact's true or not. So it's kind of...
And it's very easy to lead AI just by the way you form a question. Like I was watching a guy that did a bunch of stuff. He asked AI, can a human eat rocks? And it said, no, a human can't eat rocks. Then he asked it, well, what's the nutritional value of a rock? It said, well, a rock has no nutritional value, which makes it a great substitute for people that are on diets.
We have a dog.
It will fill you up very quickly without any nutritional value whatsoever.
We have a dog at the dog park that picks up little rocks and stuff and eats them. And then,
Yeah.
you know, naturally, when he goes, it's a little heavier than normal.
Yeah,
So dogs
that's
can eat rocks.
well,
Mhm.
humans can too. I just wouldn't recommend it.
No, it's bad for
There's
the
a
teeth.
there's a lot
What
of
do you
things
mean?
you can
AI
eat.
told me it's a perfectly good substitute
Yeah,
when you're on
that's
a
the
diet.
problem too. That people will believe this stuff. That's the issue. But
Yeah.
I think Terry just. I think he was just fiddling with AI. Like I said, he's planning on doing a live presentation. But he's like you, Ronnie. He's worried about stammering and being a bit too nervous in public.
Yeah.
And honestly, the first couple times I did talks at CoCoFest and stuff, I had the exact same problem. But you do eventually kind of get used to it. But if you were there yourself, kind of sitting there, and you have a typed up script and you have it reading the AI while you're sitting there, you could pause it, answer questions in person. Like maybe
Yeah.
that's another way to do it. That's a bit more legit. But yeah, this kind of stuff kind of worries me.
Long as it doesn't start out like a lot of those videos on social media that says this person is a genius, and then they just like dig a hole or something.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's that same fakey AI voice. And as soon as I hear that or that phrase, I click off of that. I'm like, nope.
Yeah. That's what I tend to do too. Like there's sometimes, YouTube will serve up some video that the subject matter is interesting. Oh, I'd like to check that out. And you play it in like the first 5 seconds, you can recognize as an AI generated voice. Yep. Yeah, I'm done. I have no idea if this is going to be factual or not.
Yep.
And yet your short time on there counted as hearing the whole thing, right? So-
No, they've got levels of how much you've heard depending on the length of the
Do
video
they?
now, I think. Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
always
they-
wondered about that.
Yeah, there's
I think it's a minimum 5 seconds to to be considered a view at all. And then there's, half an hour or some certain breakpoints.
and I can actually see things like in my YouTube studio. I can see like how long someone watched or where it fell off or what the most watched
Oh,
part
yeah?
of a video was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got that little
cool.
graph on the bottom where you can see everybody listened to this 10-minute segment and then dropped off again or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Well, that's kind of neat to have. That's kind of like the good part of computer stuff, you know?
yeah, absolutely. And
Yep.
instead of AI, I'd rather have A1 steak sauce.
Or Heinz 57
Bingo.
or something. Yeah.
Both
Hey,
of them
wait,
would make those rocks taste so much better.
Dear AI, can you put A1 on rocks?
Recommend a steak sauce for granite, please.
Yeah.
At any rate, if the AI stuff doesn't bug you as much as it bugs me, I did sit
Yeah.
through and listen to these here. And like I said, I know Terry scripted them himself, so I'm a bit more accepting of these 20-minute clips here. But it's not something I would like to see him do a habit of. Hopefully not, anyway.
Yeah, don't make a habit of it, Terry.
Yeah. Unless he is literally that nervous about speaking. Some people are. I thought I
Yeah.
was one of those people, and I've kind of gotten used to it a little bit now over the years. So.
I don't like the sound of my own voice either, just like Mark B. So I get it. But yeah, there's plenty of times I stammer, stutter, or say something stupid, like now.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
I mean, we
thanks
don't
to-
all have dulcet tones like Ken Waters, so.
Thanks to AI, voice actors are working really cheap now.
Thanks to AI, Ken has that haircut.
That was his AI barber. That was the beta. So basically, this is a project that Richard Natalie's been working on for quite a while, and he's done little video updates and stuff. But he posted some updates here this week in the Discord, on the CoCo Discord.
Ooh.
And there's a downloadable version. The game is quite playable. It's not done yet. There are some shapes that aren't in there yet. And there's some other little tweaks and stuff, but it's pretty darn close. And so he published the manual, and he also released a disc version you can download, play. Now, I was going to actually do some gameplay here. I'm not going to bother because the show's going to be quite long, and I have 2 other shows to get to. I'll scroll through the manual. So here's an actual screenshot, and this is all animated. A car drives by, the hunter goes on fire, and all kinds of stuff.
Is that artifact color graphics?
Yes, that is real
Ooh.
artifact color graphics. He did quite well on those. Here's some explanation how to load it. You need a CoCo 1, 2, or 3 composite video or RF only, because you need the artifacting, of course. Or if you have, something made by Jason. What is it called? That does artifact
the
colors?
Switcheroo 2, if you have an NTSC CoCo 3.
Yes, you'll be able to play that in color, but it requires 64K CoCo and a drive. And here's like loading instructions. explanation what's on the screen. This is all real graphics. So there's your van with your
Oh.
different weapons and stuff, and you've got
Oh,
your
that
different
looks so
cars.
cool.
Yeah, he's done a really good
Wow.
job.
That is awesome.
You've even got the different types of weapons that you actually get. Now, this game requires 2 joysticks. So one joystick basically does your fast and slow, your left and right, and your main firing. Your other joystick, which you probably should leave in free float, lets you move across this menu to select which weapon you've got. So you just reach over to the side of your desk. I want to do the oil slick. I want to do the smoke screen and whatever else. As he explains here. So here's your right joystick does guns, your gear, high-low, your steering, and your left joystick does your missiles, smoke, depending which way it's facing the stick, and then you can click the button to select the oil. Then it goes into stuff about, explaining how to play it. I did play it on an emulator first. I did try on the real CoCo, and it does work there too as well. Explains how the weapon stuff goes, and here's the picture if you want the oil slick, if you want the smoke screen, the empty van. And it goes through some of the ones. And I mean, considering how this is all artifact colors at 256 by 192 compared to the original arcade game, which is like a 16 color game with higher res graphics and stuff. How well he got these to look like the original ones from the arcade. I'm quite impressed. But here you can see where he's not quite finished yet. The Mad Bomber's not on here yet. I will mention Erico Montero's actually been helping him because Erico's an expert on doing artifact graphics on the CoCo. So some of the designs of trees and stuff are on there. So you've got a nice little load screen and semi-graphics while it's loading up. He does a bit of an explanation of how the memory map works. So he gets in some technical details for the programmers out there who want to kind of know this kind of stuff. He does have waterways, so when you drive through, you'll see the road splits into different corridors where you have a much narrower field of view. You go across bridges with water. I don't know if he's got the boat stuff in there or not yet, but basically, if you go into the CoCo Discord, and he's actually got his own channel, if I remember correctly, but he's uploaded the disc image of the one he'll be presenting at the fest. And the best part about the fest, and this is one when I saw this, I was going, darn, why is this the year I can't go? Because he's actually created a Spy Hunter console-like control thing that he's going to show at the fest. So rather than just playing with joysticks, what you guys are going to get to see, and somebody please film this in action, this is what he's bringing for you to play it on.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Be filming that, definitely.
So for those on audio here who can't see this, you've actually got basically the original arcade style Spy Hunter controls. You've kind of got the yoke style steering, and you got the weapons van button on the middle, and you've got your buttons on the thumbs there that you can fire your oil slicks and stuff. You got a separate stick shift for the low and high gear, and he's going to be demoing the game on this at the show.
Oh, he's even got all the artwork on there. That is, oh wow, that's awesome.
So this looks like one of those $2 games at the arcade.
Yeah, well, it was funny because Nick and I literally 2 weeks ago were talking to each other in one of our private Discord, voice chats, and we were kind of wondering what happened to the Spy Hunter game because he'd gotten pretty far, and then all of a sudden he just kind of disappeared. Well, he was making this for the show, so I'm totally okay with the game itself getting delayed because this looks awesome.
Is this the only picture of it?
Picture of what?
Could it be AI?
No, he's bringing this actually.
Okay.
No, it doesn't have extra fingers.
Yeah, that's great.
Anyway, at the very end of the show, when I jump off to go to the ICC, if one of you guys has grabbed the disc image from Discord, if you guys want to fire it up in X-Roar or VCC or something that does artifact colors properly, you guys can run it because actually playing it actually looks better than just seeing it. Like even the feel of steering around and stuff is quite good. You'll have to have 2 joysticks on whatever emulator you're running, or maybe use the mouse for your weapon selection joystick and use the main joystick, whatever. But it plays quite nice. I tried it last night.
This run on real hardware?
Yes.
Ooh.
Anyway, really good. And when I saw this, was just like, why couldn't I be at the fest this year? Damn it.
I know that will be pretty cool.
What's it say on the button there?
Which button? The weapons van one in the middle there, or the ones on the thumbstick stuff?
Weapons van.
Yeah, that's the same as the original arcade game. Actually.
Oh, okay. See, I wouldn't know that.
Anyway, looking forward. You guys shoot some videos of this. I want to see this actually running with this whole console here.
So he supports the Black Beauty, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's exact same as the regular joystick.
Yep.
In fact, you want free float for your weapon selection. You don't want to have to spring back in the middle and suddenly you're firing the wrong thing. Next up after that, James Jones says, posted on Facebook that he's received an F256K2. This is the Phoenix one we were talking about earlier, and the K2 is the second one. This is the one that Boise's been working on for porting OS 9 and Basic 9 to it. And this is the information card he got with it when he received it earlier this week. And then he posted a little bit later, here's the actual unit itself. So you can see what the keyboard looks like. It's kind of a custom layout, and he's been starting to talk about it on here. He hasn't had a chance to do too much with it yet that I know of. I haven't been able to check the chat today to see if James is actually in the chat here, if he has anything to add to what his last post was here. But I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with it, because he's a pretty damn good programmer on CoCo and OS 9 stuff. So
what do you think those two white bars are on either side?
I don't know what those are. I actually was kind of questioning that myself.
Just lights or sliders?
Well, maybe I'm trying to read what.
No, it's a power light, media light.
Power media. You're right. It's just.
Oh, okay. Those are words.
LEDs.
And I have no idea what those two say.
Yeah, so those are just
the words are embossed in the case, but
yeah, those are just LEDs.
So are these duplicates or are these separate lights for separate?
No, there's. I can't read them. I think one says disc.
No, maybe.
And don't know.
Yeah, at first I thought those were brushes, like that cover the slot for when you have sliders, but it turns out those are letters.
But you can see John's comment here on the side here. So he's bringing the first gen, not the K62 that's pictured here, but the original F256K to Fest. And he's actually got a presentation, as we mentioned earlier, that he'll be showing this off. So any of you at the Fest here can actually ask directly some details on it. And since Boise's there as well, you can ask stuff, stuff from the software side of things as well.
So do you think that F key is like the Windows key?
This one?
Yeah.
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't think it means just function.
That's the Phoenix key.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking.
And you get some function keys here. Restore, I'm not quite sure what that is. All right, I'm looking forward to updates from James and Boise and John Strong on where all this is going. There's a whole bunch of stuff there, I know, but Boise's been pretty busy doing some of the initial drivers and the initial Basic 9 port, and he's going to be doing some further stuff in the future too. He announced on Facebook. So, Mr. Ken, I will mute this.
Oh, hi. Yeah. Oh, hey, I recognize him.
This is an actual shot of Ken giving himself a haircut. Just that's what that's for.
No, that's me opening up one of the floppy drives.
Well, I think you used it on your hair first too, because this is when your first haircut showed up. So that's your trimmer, isn't it?
And you use power tools.
Anyway, I will let you talk over. I will fast forward a little bit so you can kind of.
Okay, well, basically, I took that Dyson digital diagnostic disc and I decided to run it on a few of my disk drives to see if there's problems or not that I could fix. The first one that I tried out had probably the worst problem that you could possibly have, and that's the that clamping fail, which means that your spindle is worn out or the disc is worn out. But it would be the spindle on the disk drive, so.
Now, like for you hardware guys there, or even 3D printing guys, those spindles, that's a little lock mechanism that kind of pins the disc down and rotates along that. Is that what we're talking about, the clamping?
Or it could be the bearings right in the part that spins.
It's not a WD-40 trick you can do?
Well, no, the way it's supposed to work is there are a row of fingers that sort of center the disc as it clamps down. And if that doesn't exactly do that.
Yeah, because the better quality discs had that little plastic ring around there too, but really cheap ones didn't even have that, and those I did have problems with back in the day.
And then with that failing, all the rest of it kind of fails.
Yeah. I mean, it's not failing too badly on the clamping, but as you can see there, it's showing that it's the upper part that's not clamping down properly. So
sometimes I have a drive that will have trouble clamping, but what you do is if you do like a DIR and then clamp the drive, it has a chance to center and do much better job than if you just try to clamp it beforehand. Have you ever tried that?
I haven't tried it, but I mean, this is just one of many disk drives that I have. So,
yeah,
right.
As I say in the video, this is probably either going to be a parts drive for me or a backup drive. So,
and here's an index hole timing. Now that one usually there's a potentiometer or something you can kind of adjust to get it to.
There is that I eventually found. It's way different than any of the other drives I've ever looked at. Like this one, usually it's a little board strapped down, but this one, it's just a screw that you can just
Oh, like a cam screw that moves things around. Okay. Yeah. Welcome to floppy drives. If there's a different way to do it, you've got a drive that did it that way.
I do remember those black marks on the is it the part the belts on, whatever you call that, the round part.
Oh, that's
there. But
that's a way that you can do timing.
Yeah, because it's got the 50 hertz and the 60 hertz, and you hold it fluorescent up to it, and it'll actually lock it in. So as you adjust it so it doesn't move, the visual illusion of it, then you know you got it locked in at 300.
Yeah,
does not work with LED lights.
Nope.
No.
Now, something that I found really interesting that I actually came across earlier in this video. I made a copy of the memory minder program to put on the CoCo SDC. And when I would turn off the second drive on the CoCo SDC so that I could use a real disk drive to put the digital diagnostic disk in. But then every time I ran the program, it turned the drive back on in the SDC.
Oh, so it went back to the virtual disk.
So it went back to the virtual disk. So I can't use the digital copy of the memory minder program that I have to use my Dyson digital disk because.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
You maybe have to burn that 16K ROM that has the memory minder built into the ROM then.
Oh yeah, don't worry. That might be an upcoming video.
You know, it's probably doing a reset of the STC.
Yeah. I think it is. So, but I do have a copy of that now on my STC, so I can send that off to the archive because it's a version that's not on the archive. So.
And so far you've been testing just 5 1/4 full height drives, is that correct?
No, this is a half height drive right here.
Okay.
This is there's only one drive. It's a drive that can take 2 half height drives, but it's only got 1 half height drive in it.
Okay. And are these all single sided drives you tried so far, or have you tried a double sided too? Or?
I think this one is double sided, but I didn't bother with the second side because, you know, other than the one time that I've used the JDOS, everything I do is single-sided discs. So right now I just want to get the side that it actually does all the reading and stuff on the 99% of my discs.
Okay, because I will mention for anybody that had an ADOS system on ROM, like Ron and a few others did, a lot of people in our club did, that one of the defaults you would normally put on there if you had double-sided drive is it treats each side as a separate drive. So drive 0 is like side 1 and drive 2 is side 2. And those you will need the second head to read those discs if you happen to get any of those in archives. And you might get a whole bunch of software you don't even know you have because it's on the second side.
So 1 and 3 was on one drive, and
0 and 2 are on the other.
Yeah.
And of course, 9 we use double sided all the time natively. So
if it does 2 sides like that, what happens if you put it in on JDOS and you set it to read a double-sided disc? Would it read both sides, or would it just read?
I don't know because by the time I was really actively using double-sided drives like that, I didn't have JDOS anymore. I had ADOS.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, I do usually flip discs over to see if there's anything on the second side.
Well, that's the thing. If it's done on a double-sided drive, it doesn't work if you flip the disc over. You have to leave the disc in normally. It just switches which head. And I have in my collection here from stuff I've gathered from people from the club that got rid of their CoCo stuff. I've probably got 100 and some odd discs here that are double-sided RS-DOS based on the ADOS 3.
Okay, well, I do have to say that when I do fix the one side, I did run a couple of the things on the second side, and it mostly is right along where the first side is, but there might be a couple of other little adjustments that I have to do.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I was asking because some of the discs you got from McDonald there, I don't know if he was using double-sided ADOS Like JDOS does do double-sided itself, but JDOS was pretty incompatible with this basic. That was one of the biggest problems I had with it. One of the reasons I ended up getting rid of it and getting, a disto instead with alternate DOSes like ADOS. But ADOS was tried to design by ArcFlexor, was tried to be designed to handle extra tracks and double-sided as close to disk basic as possible, so they're quite compatible with each other.
Oh,
And
okay.
if you have some of those discs in your collection, they would not be flippies. They would only have the one notch on the one side, but you would be able to read both sides from doing a DIR 0, DIR 2, like Ron was saying.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to take a look at that ADOS then and see if I can.
Yeah, I mean, ADOS should be on the archive, and if you've got ADOS 3 extended, which requires a 512K CoCo, it's got a whole bunch of stuff added on this. Real-time clock support if you had a clock chip. It actually will save that as part of the directory entry. 80 tracks, double-sided, a whole bunch of new commands, even more than JDOS added for auto line numbering and a whole bunch of stuff. So it's a pretty decent one. RAM drive support built in on the ROM. It's a really, really nice one. And Art's still around. He still answers stuff. So
might be something to look into after.
Maybe
after,
David Ladd has this answer, but how is it that you can take a disk that you only wrote on one side and then you can write it on the other side and it doesn't mess up because there's a layer in between and there's
it's just like a record.
Yeah, you just flip.
If you write on one side, like if your record is recorded on one side, and you flip it over, it's got a different recording on the other side.
Because Ron, there's
magnetic. It's
Ron,
not magnetic.
There's a gap in the head, so the action is sideways. It doesn't penetrate. It stays on the surface of the disk. So when you flip it over, the very same head, it stays on the other surface of the disk. It doesn't reach through. They thought about this really hard, I think.
I want to give one quick little update here too from James Jones, who is in the chat. He says, I need to do a little work inside it to line up the CD slot. They're LEDs. So he's talking about those things we were looking at, power and stuff, media. And he corrected SD slot, not CD slot.
Oh, man.
The other ones we could not read are disk, network, and then power and media we did read. So that's what the 4 LEDs in the bottom were. And I was going to ask you one last question, Ken, here. This is more referring to a future video. So you've gone through some half-height drives and some full-height drives. Do you have any 3.5s you're going to be testing with this as well? Or
I couldn't. I don't have a
CoCo
3.5
or PC or whatever?
I don't have any PC drives either, actually.
Oh, okay.
I would like to get some, but I couldn't do 3.5 because I don't have the digital data diagnostic disc on 3.5.
Oh, right.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Well,
you'd only be able to do like the speed test or something based on the index hole.
Well, the 3.5s being later really didn't have any adjustments.
Well, I suppose they worked or they didn't, and that was that. Kind of like modern electronics, right?
Yeah, besides, they were a lot tinier.
Yeah, that's true. I never thought of that. Yeah, you wouldn't have the equivalent diagnostic disc for it, even if you did want to try that.
But I am actively looking for some PC drives to try out.
Yeah, I mean, like a double-sided, like a half-height double-sided 40-track drive, like the FT502 that...
What don't you have? I'll dig through the LADD and find you some test samples.
Well, I've got a couple of... I've got basically all the types of CoCo ones you could have. I've got the original Model 1, some newer Model ones that were built for the Model 1, and then I guess...
I've probably got 40 doubles that I know are bad, which would be really good for you to mess with because you could fix them.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'll send you some of that stuff just to play with because I'm never going to use it, I mean, it's like drives that can read the disk they format, but they can't read anyone else's disk. I'm pretty sure
usually the head's out of alignment or the speed was way off.
That's probably what you need for future endeavors. So
I've got basically I've got 3 half-height drives and 2 full-height drives. The 2 full-height drives are from a Model 1, and the 3 half-height drives are from the CoCo.
Yeah, depending on which version of the ones that Tandy sold, I'm assuming they're Tandy-based ones. The half-height ones will either be 40-track single-sided, or if it's a 502, it'd be 40-track double-sided.
The dual one is a 502, and I'm not 100% sure what the single half-height I have is.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, the FT500 and the FT501, once you get into the, beyond the Radio Shack labeled ones, They're both 40 track single sided, and FD502 was 40 track double sided, which they supported in OS 9 but didn't support in Disk Basic, which was rather dumb because they could have made storage a lot easier. Could have written a game that takes 360K instead of 153.
Right.
I seem to remember being able to like poke something into memory with my FD502 and being able to read that second side with
Yep.
as a
On the
driver.
CoCo 3 especially, because Steve York wrote a little utility that allowed the high-speed poke to run all the time while accessing drives without screwing them up. And then he added the second drive support. And I think he even added the 40-track support, too, so you could fit 180K on a disk side.
Yeah, 40 tracks, and I think I was even able to increase like up to 6 milliseconds or whatever it was. I
Yep.
was able to change the drive speed, too.
Yeah. Steve wrote a thing called defix.bas, if you can find it on the archive, and that lets you do these little customizations because the CoCo 3 runs in RAM mode. It copies the ROMs into RAM, including the Disk Basic, as soon as it boots. So this little program just set up like, track-to-track speeds and double side versus single side and 40 track versus 35 track and, double speed poke that works all the way through so you can run everything much faster. And it worked quite well. I used that quite a bit on my BBS, actually, until I switched to OS 9. Hey, definitely go check it out.
Yeah, I'm just learning a lot about disk drives right now, so
Pretty soon you'll be David Ladd Jr.
Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for.
I got a quick question to ask you.
That won't go to David's head at all. Sorry, Ron. Go ahead.
Quick question: When you put data on a disk, the disk directory is written on track 17, I think it is, right?
For a Disk Basic, yes.
Is it written twice?
No, not by default.
Okay.
There were some DOSs that did have a backup where they'd store it on a different track or something.
Okay, because I was able to take Jeff Francis's disk utility 2.1, and there's an M option to look at the like if you can't you put a disk in and it's just trying to read nothing. You hit the M option, it reads the directory track and finds the name and rewrites it, and you can use it again. Have you ever done that? Or
if the recording is weak, you can manage to reread it. Like there was especially with Disk Basic 1.0, there was a bad bug that would corrupt your directories every once in a while, just using it normally. And they'd written utilities to back up the directory track somewhere else and then mark it as used on the disk so that nothing else would overwrite it. And they had the option to go reread that and restore it in case your main directory track on track 17 got corrupted.
Oh, okay.
So that might be part of that. But I do remember that was a huge problem with Disk Basic 1.0. When they brought out 1.1, they added the DOS command and they fixed that stupid bug because it was pretty bad. 1 out of every 100, 200 writes, it corrupt your directory.
Neat.
Yeah.
I know.
And of course, what did I have when I first bought a drive? 1.0.
Yeah, not only that, but sometimes if you turn your multi-pack interface on and off, you could spike your disk somehow, and that would cause the directory to be
even just turning. If you had your drive turned on and then you turn the CoCo on, with directly plugged in, no multi-pack, you could have done that. If it happened to be sitting on track 17, the head.
Right.
Sometimes do.
I get in the habit of opening the drive doors before I do stuff like that.
That's exactly what I did.
Because Disk Basic leaves the head where you left it, which is right over the directory track most of the time. So,
And the worst thing is to see that red light come on.
That one's dead.
Yeah, so this is like a flash erase of your drive is basically just flash erased your directory track. Yeah,
this is stuff SDC guys that have come late in the show don't
know
about. No,
and this is why I recommend SDCs to people. Don't worry about running old drives unless you have software you're trying to restore or something that's nowhere else. But if you're just getting into it to play game stuff, don't even bother with a real floppy drive.
And this is why.
Yeah. Especially if you have a 1.0 Disk Basic one, because that is buggy and will corrupt your directory eventually.
Unless your name is David Ladd.
Well, he enjoys that kind of stuff. He's kind of
he wants to break it so he can fix it again.
Yeah, I used to have people ask me, why do you have 5 copies of this one floppy?
You'll know someday.
It's because I know which ones are working and which ones are suspect. And sometimes if you do mess one up, you immediately get one of your backups and back it up to the one that you corrupted, and then you're okay again for a while.
Yeah, if you go through like the 1982 issues of Color Computer News and Rainbow, I think they both ended up publishing directory backup and directory restore utilities specifically because Disk Basic 1.0 did this all the time.
Yeah, I've had I think I've had a directory repaired that didn't have the first letter, so
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's
yeah,
how
yeah.
we would delete files. Is just
Yeah,
by
you knock the
get rid
first
of
letter
first
out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Yeah,
put
and then
an F
return
there.
in the GAT, that those granules are free,
Mhm.
which means if you wrote something else over to it, you could have overwritten something.
So the undelete just kind of stuck in a fake first letter and unfreed all the free stuff, right?
It just says a 0 byte at the beginning of the file name, and then it would take the granular allocation table and give it back to the system that you could write to those areas again. Same as OS9 does, except on a sector basis.
I've seen other people that have they're used to other machines ask what a granule is because I don't.
Yeah, that was a uniquely Tandy Radio Shack thing. They
Yeah.
did it on Model 1 and 3 too. And I don't know why they made it that coarse, especially with smaller drives. It was just a waste of space. You write a little ASCII text file or a small basic program, and it takes like 2K of disk space or something like that. I mean that happens now with monster drives because you make clusters. Just you have to have an allocation map that's like huge. But back then, especially on the Model 1 and 3, like single density, you have a 90K drive and you're going to take 2.5 or 2.25K minimum per file. Like that was just stupid. And they carried that on the CoCo, and they never fixed it. The Dragon didn't. The Dragon went sector based right off the start. So their disk system actually is much more advanced than ours. Until you get to OS9, then they're on equal footing. Anyway, we'll save the rest of that for the David Ladd special.
Yeah, really.
Oh no.
Coco Lad.
Next up, we have a request from Thomas Cherryholmes, of course, the creator of FujiNet and the main director of it. And he posted in the CoCo Facebook group, which I'm showing on the screen right now. He's looking for a volunteer to be the CoCo FujiNet firmware maintainer. And he says basically he can teach in detail how the firmware works, and said person would be the point person to make sure that things work for successive releases. So, of course, he develops most of his stuff on the Atari and I think the Apple II next. But he wants somebody who's like kind of CoCo familiar and knows semi-language on the CoCo somewhat. And basically, you're just going to maintain. So he'll send you like, here's the changes we did in the latest version of FujiNet. Can you incorporate that into the CoCo version of FujiNet? So it's not like you're writing stuff from scratch all the time. You just have to basically convert it over and update it. So he's asking for see if there's any volunteers for that.
Is he asking Henry?
Henry, I think, has already
request.
said that he doesn't quite have time to kind of do that. Like he'll help with FujiNet what he can, but he's got a lot of other programming commitments and stuff that
because
he doesn't feel he'd be able to keep up. And I got the same problem. I could technically probably do it, but I wouldn't have time. You might get a release 6 months later or something. Next after that, speaking of Sheldon MacDonald, so he posted a photo of a Sega Genesis game controller adapter for the CoCo. Now, we've had some of these before. I believe Neil Blanchard sold one, or maybe it was John Linville or both of them, that would adapt and actually let you use some of the extra buttons. This one actually is meant to hook up to the CoCo in such a way that it won't be backwards compatible with the standard joystick. So if you want to write anything for this controller, you're going to have to custom write it. But it actually will handle all 12 buttons that a Sega Genesis controller is capable. So, and he's going to write a driver for it himself that he'll include if you want to download it and run it and then make this little interface. If you want to design a game for the CoCo that actually uses a Sega Genesis gamepad with 12 unique buttons, you will be able to do it with this. And you won't even have to write the driver to handle it. He'll do it for you.
Shades of the Tandy high res, you have to ping out the cassette port to make the joystick go. That's a very familiar concept.
He also mentions in here that he says, I also suspect I will get the Sega mouse working. So that's another alternative for the serial mouse type thing that some of us have used, or USB mice like some people are doing now. And he mentions here, since this is all fed into one single axis of the CoCo joystick port, we could add a second gamepad onto the other axis of the same joystick port, giving us 2 gamepads on one joystick port and a single wire going to the RS-232 for toggling the TH line. Any thoughts? I will write the driver now and post a video of this in action on the weekend. So that should be coming out later this weekend. So yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. Having a 12-button controller. You can make some pretty interesting games with that.
Right.
It would work good with Spy Hunter.
Obvious problem. I've only got 10 fingers. What am I going to do with a 12-button joystick?
Well,
either your nose or your toes. Take your choice.
Right, you've got a nose and a tongue and some other things. Yeah.
If you have
Then you
big
can have a shock
fingers,
feedback. It electrifies your tongue every time you like run into a wall.
2 buttons per finger if they're
Or
big.
force feedback or whatever they call it. Anyway, we'll keep an eye for next week here when you guys are down at the show here, because Sheldon will have hopefully the update. I don't think he's going to the show either. So, Terry Trapp now, unfortunately, he had to leave earlier. I was going to ask him a little bit more about this in detail since he was actually on, but this is basically his emulated 6551 with the Parallax P2. But he's got some, specific stuff he was mentioning here that I was going to, ask on a technical basis. But we'll just wait till the next time he's able to come on. He had to leave early today, and he kind of gave a demo of this in progress already anyway. So, but you can follow up on there on Facebook in the CoCo group. Next up, Joel Evie in the MM1 Multimedia 1 computer. This is one of the CoCo 4s, unofficial, and he's been working on that. He's actually gotten some stuff working that he's been trying to get working for a while. So he's trying to get all the multimedia, because the MM1, MM stood for multimedia. That was one of the whole points of having it. And it sounds like he's got his SPAM spam tracker for playing music and stuff as a background task for playing music and sound files. And he's got that actually working now. He had some problems with issues of performance and stuff, maybe some priority settings or how you're setting up the paths, etc. But he's got that basically working. Now he's working on some of the image stuff. And one thing it supported, I remember seeing this at CoCoFest and Rainbow Fest back in the day, like in the early 90s, is that you could actually feed it Amiga animation files and they would run full throttle on the MM1, even while playing music in the background, because it's DMA driven sound and stuff. So, and the same thing as the Philips CDI, it's the same chipset, Signetics. So he's working on that right now, and he was asking Mike Holland, the guy who did MV Canvas, and he did a lot of programming for the MM1, but unfortunately, Mike doesn't have his old discs anymore or the source code. Otherwise, they might be able to figure out, because he was trying to remember, and he goes, I did this all 30 years ago. I don't really remember exactly how it worked. So Joel's trying to kind of hammer it out on his own, but he's got the sound working now, and he's working on the graphics. Nick, how did things go?
Oh, they kicked me out. No.
Oh, good. At least they have standards.
No, it went fine. It went fine.
Next up, we got David Collins, and this is in the Motorola 689, 609, 6800 Assembly Language Programming Group on Facebook. And he posted an update to his single board computer that he's been working on. And this is a 6309 base system, 3 megahertz, just like the one that Henry Strickland showed earlier. And he's actually announced that he's going to be at CoCoFEST to show this off. So that's there'll be a couple of 609 single board computers out there and running. And he shows this here running on a console. Where he's logging in with a VT102 compatible terminal program to log in. Now, the other thing he mentions here on a different, in the Flex group, is that he's been using this Flex Tools package, which I hadn't heard of before, which is, as he says, finding this project immensely helpful as I progress through getting images built. So he's actually working on getting Flex up and booting on this, which is awesome. And Flex, of course, is like a decent operating system that's kind of between Disk Basic and OS 9. It's not meant for multi-user multitasking, but it does have a lot of power. And it was one that Frank Hogg and technical system consultants and a few companies, Spectral Associates, all sold versions for the CoCo. So he's working on that. And I don't know how far he's gotten on it, but hopefully he'll give a demonstration of it at his booth at CoCoFEST. And he also mentions that the boards for this single board computer that he's doing, he actually will have some of those boards available at the fest if you want to buy them and kind of check them out and maybe, help him with some of the software conversion stuff. But he's got it basically, with a bare monitor program up and running now. And it's a 3 megahertz 609 base system, so that's cool. Next up, we have a little update from Alan Huffman on his Subetha software. And he mentions, and I'll just read the quote here. It says, my friend Steve Bjork had quite an interesting life. While I do not know anything about his childhood and upbringing, he did share tidbits about his later years. In the 70s, he worked for Magic Mountain, now known as Six Flags Magic Mountain, which I'm sure Jason's familiar with, in Valencia, California. And they'd shot some movies at this particular location here. And Steve was actually an extra in a couple of them. And one of them was a film or a movie called Roller Coaster from 1977, which was kind of a disaster movie. And he actually went through frame by frame looking at it, and he found Steve Bjork in the background as one of the extras.
Oh, I'm going to have to get my Blu-ray out.
So this is, years before the CoCo got released. He's got the sideburns to match the time. I can say that.
Right, right.
Yeah, that film, that was Helen Hunt's first big role or first movie role.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. So here's a later picture of Steve from about 83, actually 82 probably, because it appeared in the January 1983 magazine. I remember I've seen this one before. There was sort of a game contest where various developers were playing each other's games. So this would have been about 6 years after this photo. Yeah, a bit of a trivia and history there. Next up, 8-Bits in the Basement, and Nick's back in time to see this. So he contacted me and a few others here about how do you play, digitized sound on the CoCo and how do you record digitized sound. And you can do it through the joystick port because basically it's an ADC when you set it up for inputs. And there was programs in Rainbow and Hot CoCo, I think, where you could actually record. I can't remember what fixed frequency it was, but I actually did play with this back in the day because basically you just wire a mic into the joystick port and you can record. And I remember the CoCo 1 and 2 version, actually would click the button on the joystick to start recording, and then it would fill up a P-Mode 4 screen, so 6K of data. And I patched it at the time to run the P-Clear 8 to do 8K, or sorry, 8 pages, which is 12K of data. And it wasn't too bad. And basically, he goes through here and he used Audacity to do some of the recording and then dropping it to 8-bits. And he loaded in the voice sample from Donut Dilemma, Nick. So now you know what game we're talking about.
Yeah.
Because you have that Donut Dilemma, played it at a couple different pitches and different speeds, right?
That was my sister.
Oh, was it? Okay, I don't think he knew that either. But he decided, he's going to replace it with his own because he said, what we say in Ireland, which is where he's originally from, he's currently living in France, and it would be feckin' donuts, as you can see up here in the picture. So he decided to record himself saying that, and then he experimented. He didn't even know how like disk headers and stuff worked. So of course it crashed the first time he tried it because the header has to load it into the proper part of memory for your little ML routine to play it. And he didn't know anything about the header, and he didn't bother looking it up. So he just copied the first 16 bytes and said, that looks like a header, and threw it on, and it actually worked. It would give you, a few samples of garbage, but he kind of goes through and how to set up stuff in Audacity.
Tried to import it as raw data, so I figured that was worth trying. So I went down to import raw data, and I navigated across to my voice.bin file. Now this gave me all kinds of settings, and I was unsure as to exactly what to pick, apart from I knew it was most likely 8-bit PCM sound if it was anything like that. But down here there is a detect button, and when I clicked on that, it kind of set everything up for me. So I decided I'd try it at that and see what it gave me. So this looked very, very encouraging. Playing the file, this is what I got.
That's your sister at 44 kilohertz.
Sounds a bit like Donut Dilemma, but it's very, very fast.
Do you remember what speed you originally recorded that at? Because I think he ended up using 8.1, like the lowest default in Audacity. It might be a little off. But
it sounds about right. Yeah.
It is very slow, so I decided once again just to screw around a little bit with the Hertzian settings to see which one worked best. So I imported at 11,025 hertz, and what I got was this.
And that's pretty close to your original CoCo
Actually, yeah, 11 does ring a bell, yes.
So then he used Audacity to record his own voice. Oh, by the way, he says, I hope I don't tick off Nick here because I didn't ask permission to change his game.
He did. He did ask, actually.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, later on he did.
And then here's where he had abject failure because he didn't know about the headers and stuff. But then he hacked the header by just copying it. And I'll play a little bit of the result here.
Good. And we're about to run donut.bass. Let's see if it plays feckin' donuts.
Feckin' donuts. Feckin' donuts.
So there you go. It worked.
Is that the first time anybody's hacked the sound in one of your games?
Yes.
So he's going to have a follow-up where he's going to try to get recording on the CoCo directly instead of having to do it through Audacity, which, like I mentioned before, CoCo 3 had a lot of programs for this. There was like Digits 3, StudioWorks by Bleak Triad, StudioWorks Pro, which actually had hardware to do an 8-bit record. Robert Galt did a modification to the Orchestra 90 to change one of the 8-bit DACs to an 8-bit ADC, so you can record mono 8-bit and play back mono 8-bit. So that was a nice one where you could actually record it directly. And that you just read a sample directly, like 1 byte at a time. Whereas if you're doing it through the joystick port, it's a ramp thing, so you got to read each individual bit and shift it over, and the timing loops and crap like that, just like playing sound. But it's definitely been done before, and you can do it on a CoCo 1 or 2. You don't need a CoCo 3. CoCo 3, of course, is can record a lot bigger. So I'm looking forward to his follow-up video here and see what he's going to be doing with it here. But yeah, you can do some pretty decent voice stuff on a CoCo, and the recording ability and the playback capability is both built in, even though we don't have a sound chip. And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about before you went off to ICC there, Nick, about the fact that we have the ability to do this kind of stuff without needing all this extra hardware.
Yeah. Do you remember a software called Vogel Freedom?
Yeah, that was by Dr. Preble's programs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have a disc of that. It plays a bunch of different sentences.
Yeah. The one thing he's trying to figure out right now is how to make the cable to hook up the microphone to the joystick port. And I haven't been able to find the rainbow version, the one I used back in the day, but it's a fairly simple cable.
Yeah, it's just a capacitor and a joystick cable and
do you actually have the schematic, or?
I have the schematic, and I actually sold them for a while. It was the didgeridoo cable, but wasn't a big seller, and I didn't expect it to be. But I think at the time I just had 6-pin plugs I need to do something with. But, I have that information. I can, if you know how to get a hold of them or something, I can get that to him.
Well, he's actually on the Discord. He's 8 bits in the basement, so if you want to just send him something.
Oh, okie doke. Yeah, can do that.
Cool. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. He actually gave a shout out to some people, including myself, too, at the end of it, kind of talking about going into part 2. Yeah, I answered a few questions about it quite a bit earlier before I knew he was going to modify and fix, Nick's game up a bit.
Fix?
Yeah, I should have fixed Neutroid instead, but anyway. Next about that, we got Jim Gary ported a program called Fuzzy Matching, originally developed by Bob Chappell in the August 82 issue of Microcomputer Printout Magazine, which is not one I've heard of before. And it basically does some simple AI techniques. I don't know too much about this. I'm not even sure what these numbers or these things actually represent. I don't know if it's weighting things or what exactly it's doing there, but presumably if you read the original article, you'll understand what's going on. I don't know if Karen's still in the chat, but he actually did an update on the SAM times 8 we were talking about earlier, which is basically a replacement for the SAM using a modern chip, but also builds in some MMU type stuff and also allows full double speed without corrupting video. And the updates he gave here, he just pushed out release candidate 4. He said, I doubt if anyone's built one yet, but on the off chance you did, all you need to do is reprogram the CPLD. This requires no hardware changes to the little satellite board. I think it's just basically change the CPLD programming. Various timing changes, but the major programming difference is that you can now nominate one of both of the, I think it means or both of the top 4K areas to be common. So this is kind of doing the same as the vector page RAM on the CoCo 3, which is a fixed 256 byte chunk that you can have stay the same no matter what MMU mappings you're doing. So you have some code for IRQs and stuff to jump to. And he changed it, like the original version he did of this, it was reserved to be an 8K chunk. Now he's having it let you pick between 4 or 8K. And he mentioned this actually works very nicely with Physix, which only requires 4K to hang around. It means maximum user process size grows to 60K from 56K. And then he's given some details of where to go download all this kind of stuff if you want to give it a shot. So that's really cool. And having Physix programs get up to 60K instead of 56, I think is nice too. And basically his current SAM8, if you want to get the schematics and kind of build your own from there, it basically puts your Dragon 64 to up to 512K of RAM with an MMU built in. And he's working on Physix drivers. One thing I will mention, he's got XWAR emulating it now too. So if you want to test it using XWAR software before you try it on real hardware, you can do that, which is really cool. And I also mentioned that he's actually has a few boards left over from the hardware run Not a ton of them, but he's got a few, and if people want to buy them off him, I think he's got a link elsewhere on the World of Dragon archive forums here. Yep. In the for sale section. And if you want to get one of those, there's not too many of them. I will mention also, though, it only works on an actual PAL Dragon 64. It does not work on a Dragon 32, and it will not work on the Dragon Tano. So this will be restricted to basically Dragon 64 users in the UK only. But having a 512K Dragon with full double speed all the time would be pretty darn cool. So that finishes the regular news. Now we'll go on to...
Curtis?
Yep.
8 Bits in the Basement had a question about vocal samples on Donut Dilemma. He wanted to know if Nick used Max Audio to make the voice recording, or how did he get his sister's voice on the system?
Go ahead, Nick.
I actually can't remember. I mean, that's 40 years ago, so I can't remember what I had back then, because that was Donut Dilemma. I did start using Studio Works later on when I had a CoCo 3, but when I did Donut Dilemma, though, that was even before that. So, yeah, I can't remember.
I would guess it probably based on that same program I saw from the magazine, because once you patched it for bigger samples or whatever, it was pretty easy to use.
It might have been, yeah, I'm not sure.
The nice thing about it is actually it would turn the P-Mode 4 screen on, so when you started recording, you actually watch the data fill in as you're talking, and you could see like little patterns and stuff going as you're going. So that was pretty cool. I got to find that article again and post a link to it on the Discord here, because it was actually pretty easy. The program wasn't even that big. I mean, it's not that complicated, and the cable wasn't complicated either. And Jason obviously has a way to do it as well. On the CoCo 3, you could definitely get better fidelity and stuff because you can do it. There's a certain maximum speed you can basically record at too. The TC9 and the ORC 90 modified by Robert Galto let you actually use a true ADC chip, which means you just read a byte, read a byte, read a byte. So you can actually do 44 kilohertz pretty easily on that. CD quality mono. Anyway, on to the game news, and then I'll have to hop over to the other show. Okay, so first off, Renga in Blue, which is the Chronologically Gaming of text adventures, covered Bedlam, and they did it as a two-parter. And Bedlam was kind of unique for the time because it had multiple endings that randomly changed each time you played the game. So doing the exact same thing the second time you played it wouldn't result in the same result because it actually randomizes how you win the game. And this was a game that was on the Tier City Model 1 and 3 and then ported to the CoCo by the same author, Robert Arnstein. And went through a bit of history of stuff here. There's the original Model 1 and 3 artwork for the manual, which is quite different than the CoCo version, as you'll see a little bit later. So he goes through and showing screenshots from the Model 1, Model 3. And then he goes in the second one where he actually shows what multiple winning strategies are depending on which scenario it picked for winning. You can see the CoCo version of the artwork here, which actually I have to say I kind of preferred over the Model 1 one. Model 1 one looks a bit more grim, and this looks more, I know, brightly colored. And this almost looks like Dennis Bathory kits right here, I have to say. And he goes through the questionnaire in the manual, which is kind of a fake psychological test to see if you're insane enough to survive Bedlam. I thought that was always cute. They just did the screenshots of the gameplay still from the Model 1 because that's where he started playing it, so he just finished it there. But the game itself is identical play-wise on the CoCo. It's just that you're on a 32-column screen. Next up, we've got Pere Serrat has released some more updated game packs. So the first one here is MPAGD. This is the compiled to assembly pack number 70. And this contains the games Arlo, Corey Cold Brew, Frankie Goes Home, and TJ's Cavern Capers. And then there's an update to Hyperkill. It's a 1.1 to fix some bugs. And here so you can see Arlo, some screenshots from that. And then Corey Cool Brew. Screenshots from that. TJ's Cavern Capers. You guys might recognize TJ. This is a real person. That's TJ. I hope I pronounced his name right. Ferreira. But if you remember when we reviewed or showed videos reviewing them for the MC10, TJ's is one of the main reviews that was done of it. He's a very exuberant guy. Let's put it that way. So this game is actually based on him. I'm sure he got a kick out of that. He's also a big Spectrum fan too, which is where the AGD engine stuff comes from. screenshots from that one. And here's Get Frankie Home. Another dog-based AGD game. I don't know if that's a common theme with them, but one of our Game on Challenge games is also dog-based. And the bug fix one, he didn't repost screenshots because it looks the same. It's just that it has some fixes, some bugs. And the other one released is NP Pack number 16. This is the ones for the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which has the enhanced hardware sprites and more colors and a sound chip and everything else. And these are the new palette versions. So the colors are enhanced to more closely match the original Spectrum versions. And this has Days, Roasty, That Sinking Feeling, and The Relic. And of course, these will look much more colorful. That FM Sprite board, if you can actually still get it, works on a Dragon, a CoCo 3 even for that matter. And here's some screenshots from Roasty. Definitely more colorful than even the artifact colors are in the CoCo. Though Spy Hunter definitely gives it a run for its money. There's Sinking, and this one here, it's I think it's in Spanish or something, but this one looks like a nice, appropriately creepy game. Kind of reminds me a little bit look-wise of Castlevania or something. But anyway, those are all available. If you have one of the Super Sprite from Plus boards, you can get 4 more games there. And if you just have a regular CoCo or Dragon, you can get the 4 games plus 1 bug fix game on the other pack. And of course, this is going on right now. How early into the show did you get on Nick? Were you like with the first, second presenter, third presenter?
I think I was the second.
Okay, so hopefully I'll still make it there before they're done. Anyway, you can watch that live if you get bored with me talking. That's probably recommended, if anything.
I'll go now.
Save some news for next week.
We were talking earlier during the Game on Challenge summary here that Richard Kelly, Retro Rick, posted in the Game on Challenge channel on Discord the 1984 version of Chambers with extra levels, etc. This is his upload to Facebook if you're in the CoCo Facebook group. And this is the 1984 version. He's going to upload to the Collector Archive. Now, I'll mention here more detailed exactly what this changes from the original 1983 version we were playing. One, there was a bug that existed in the older version where a stray white pixel might be left on the play field. This has been fixed. The enter warp gate sound is at its bit rate change, so it's now faster and played at a higher pitch, so you don't have to wait so long to start the next level. The title screen now lets you select one of 20 maps instead of one of 10, so you actually can start on a whole other set of them. Now, he says presumably the total number of changes is 30 now. I don't know if that's true or if it was always 20. You can start on any without having to earn your way through the last 10. One of you good game players like Buck Owens or Dr. Ted should figure that out for us. There are now 50 creature types in the game. There was, I think, only 30 in the original. Now, he mentions here, oddly enough, the microdeal documentation lists 94 as a copyright year as well. I'm not sure if the microdeal, because that was a cross-license one from Tom Mix to microdeal. I don't know if they got the 83 version in 84 to start selling, or if that truly is the 1984 version from Tom Mix. So I guess the easiest way to tell that would be try the microdeal version and see if you can skip to levels 11 to 20, or if you can only do 1 to 10, that would kind of tell you which version it's based on. But that's available right now on Facebook and on the Discord. Next up, and this is to cover the competition that will be going on at CoCoFEST in a week. If you're going to play the newest final version, the 2025 version of Nightmare Highway, where you actually fire back, if you win the high score challenge during CoCoFEST, you will receive the much coveted Davenport Cup, which is a coffee cup.
Is final in quotes?
No, not from his itch.io page, I don't believe. Nope, no quotes.
Okay.
Now, we did cover this before, that you can go download it from his itch.io page for $3 US, and if you want to chip in more, you can. You can tip him, per se. I don't know how big this coffee cup is. Like, if it's for proper winning, it should be like a tall mug that fits like half a pot of coffee in it. But I'm kind of guessing that's not the case. But still,
I don't think it's a David Ladd size, 64-ounce mug.
An IV right to the pot. That's what I usually do. Anyway, there's an actual prize if you play the game at the fest and you get the high score. So, friendly competition.
The word prize should be in quotes.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't mention that he's been drinking out of this for the last 6 months and he hasn't bothered even washing it yet, and he's just going to hand it to you.
It's a seasoning.
Yeah. Add water, instant coffee. That's what I call it. So basically, the 2025, as we mentioned last week, adds the power of Terry. Collect the letters to spell Terry, and the road ahead will be clear for a short while. But he also mentioned on Facebook that you can now fire back too. So that's not even mentioned on this page. And Ken, if you're still in the chat, you can confirm if I got that right.
Yeah, it says actually right there. It also includes Terry's Revenge, where you can now shoot at the sofas in the road.
Right there. You're right.
That's
That'd be
funny.
a good revenge game from the other racing game, Ken. That should have picked that. Get
It
across
might be an
promoting the
upcoming
show.
game.
What's that?
It might be an upcoming game.
Speaking of racing games, Jim Mullis, the person that's working on Superpowers, actually came up with a pretty interesting question. What is the best racing game for the CoCo 2 or 3? And of course, CoCo 1 would be included in that all. Now, as far as racing games in the CoCo 3, I only know of one off the top of my head, and that's Grand Prix Challenge by Diecom, which is based on Super Sprint. It was one of the earlier CoCo 3 games that Diecom did. Visually, it looks quite nice, like the shapes and the tracks and stuff, and there's like 20 of them. Look quite nice. They're quite well done with 16 colors, but the game played quite slow. And there's almost no sound effects at all, which if you've played the arcade Super Sprint, that's kind of disappointing. But that was as they were just learning how to use the hardware, right? Like they hadn't learned all the gamey tricks and stuff yet. So I'm sure we could do a better one nowadays. Maybe that's your next project, Nick. But aside from Grand Prix Challenge, which is basically the only game in town, pardon the pun, for the CoCo 3, out of all the various racing car games we've gotten, there's like Demolition Derby and Color Car Action and Pit Stop 2 and Speed Racer and Grand Prix from Intracolor and Le Mans from Spectral and like there's a fair number of racing games. Desert Rider. Do you guys have a favorite? I was kind of curious what their people on the panel would think their favorite racing game is. Mine is Pit Stop 2 or...
Would skiing be considered that too, even though you're not driving a car?
I don't know. I personally wouldn't, but maybe. It's kind of like Night Driver with white. Would that be your pick then, Mark, if it was included?
No, I don't. I can't play games.
Skiing is not driving, Mark.
Ken, and you other professional game players, what do you guys think out of the racing games you played in the CoCo? What is your favorite?
I can't remember the name of the one that I like.
There you go.
It's a shame there's not really any CoCo 3 racing games.
Right.
What's the one where you have a track, like it's like a perspective one, and you've got a choice of 4 tracks to play?
Speed Racer.
Is that Speed Racer?
Yep.
Isn't there a drag
Peter
race?
Shack Mictron.
Isn't there a drag racing game?
Yeah, actually there is Dragster. And it's just as hard as the Activision one, where you blow your engine just about every time you play it.
Yes, Speed Racer is my favorite one.
Speed Racer would, for me, be my second favorite. My first favorite would be Pit Stop 2, because it's kind of a 3D pole position stop perspective too, but it adds pit stops to repair tires and stuff. And it has head-to-head 2-player simultaneous with 6 tracks, I think.
I liked that one, but you had to get your head around it. It wasn't really obvious. I guess maybe it was, the play was a little ahead of the graphics. So when you got someone to play with you had to explain to them very carefully what they had to do. But other than that, it was a great game. I really...
Yeah, that was my favorite. Another one I like if you're doing 2 players is Le Mans. And it's based on really old, was it track 4, track 10 or something? One of the Atari games from like the mid-70s.
I did like the Pit Stop 2 game when Tim and AJ were playing it, and Tim kept knocking AJ into the pit stop every time they...
Yeah, that's right, you run him off. All of a sudden she's changing tires going, what the hell? That's a good head-to-head game because you can actually get some animosity going. That my brother and I used to play that one a fair bit. Whereas Grand Prix from Intracolor, which was another pole position style, just didn't play that well. The corners were horrible in that thing. It was instant, hard left, hard right. Desert Rider was kind of unique because it was kind of like a 3D pole position style of bump and jump. So that one I like that one too, but not quite enough to put it ahead of Pit Stop 2. Next up, Elemist put up multiple speedrun text adventure games or text adventure games with graphics videos here involving CoCo games. So the first one is the Martian Crypt, and you'll see the time here. It's 2:44. So this is a short game. It does have some sound effects and some music and stuff, and it's the hacked version shown here. I'll just play a couple seconds of it. I'm not going to show too much of it.
Slap it down, team. Here we go. Love me some CoCo.
And our special guest from a month ago here is another one he cracked. This has fairly, decent speed for drawing the graphics and stuff here with the shading and stuff too. I know some of the other ones are quite slow. But it's not a very complicated game. There's not much to it. Like you can literally win it in 2 minutes. The next thing he did is Tom Mix's very first CoCo 3 only text graphical adventure game called The Wild West. And this came out in 86, if I remember correctly. So not too long after the CoCo 3 release, it was one of the first games they did. Which, of course, has a, fairly decent graphics and stuff on. They did their own custom font. Why is it giving such crappy? You have to exclude the clicking and stuff. That's in his recording because of the emulator he's using.
Sounds gassy.
Yeah. Sounds like that dog game we're playing in the challenge, actually.
1986 Novasoft adventure game.
So this was released literally within the first 4 months that CoCo 3 was actually out.
Got some bad Bart, bad black Bart.
And written by Scott Cavett, who also did the Martian Crypt we just saw.
Let's get to it, crew.
And you'll see here too, it's by Novasoft, which is the cheaper division of Atomic Software. Now, I'm not sure he's got the monitor type set right, because I don't remember seeing flesh tone walls and stuff here. So, but it does look like he's playing on composite, not on an RGB. That makes a difference too. I remember playing this on RGB, and it actually looks a lot crisper. But he's got little palette animations. That was one of the big things that CoCo 3 added that we hadn't seen before. Like the trying to do a fade in. He's got the animated clouds, the fade out when you're going between scenes. Like this entire animation of the clouds go by the window, that's just palette animation. There's no actual redrawing of anything. So that's something you can do in BASIC, just as fast. This one took him a little bit longer, but it's still a fairly simple game. I'm not going to spoil the ending for you, but go check that out. And then the other one he played is The Deserted Barracks by, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Relay Rivers. And this is a kind of a hybrid. It's somewhat text adventure-ish, but it's also more based on the Choose Your Own Adventure book series of how you actually navigate through the game. So rather than typing in, verb noun, it gives you a list of like 3 to 5 options to pick from, which in the original Choose Your Own Adventure books, as Ken is well aware, it would tell you if you pick this option, go to page 42. And if you pick this option, go to page 112. And you jump all over the book and you follow it through certain paths that get different endings, kind of like Bedlam we were mentioning earlier. And that's the type of text adventure game this is.
Struck these parts. Now you, armed with a vaccine you stole from a local alchemist. What's going on today, Moon? This one's by Raleigh Rivers. Space adventure. Should be an interesting combo.
And you get to roll for your health when you start. So he's going blisteringly fast because he's trying to set a record for the fastest. Trying to catch it on one of these questionnaires here. All right, here. So an example, you got a health 18, your inventory is 4. As you are walking along, you hear something behind you. You wheel around and see a huge, ugly ogre barf. And then you have choices. And this is how you play. There's no noun verb. So it gives you option key. If you press the 1 key, you run away. If you hit 2, you attack. 3, you try to bribe him. And 4, you try to talk to the ogre. And basically every interaction you do in the game is based on these choices. So it's like a multiple choice adventure game, I guess is probably the best way to describe it. But very much in the choose your own adventure type genre. So it's a good one for younger kids, I think, because you don't have to sit there and try to figure out, like, the most frustrating things in text adventures is trying to figure out what the author's keywords are before, compared to how you think. Did you use the word get to get something, or take, or pick up, or, a lot of the earlier games especially only had one option that worked, and you'd have to try to figure out what the vocabulary was, which was the annoying part. I don't play text adventure games to figure out a vocabulary. I want to solve the puzzles. Next up, Retro Trailer 2 did a brief 3-minute video here of playing Fembot's Revenge, but whatever emulator he's using, it's a bit screwed because this should be playing in a PMO 2 128 by 96 artifact color screen, not a 128 by 192. Now, the curious thing about this is you can actually see how the game runs in the background because it's double buffering some stuff. So you'll watch it draw a screen you're not actually going to see. This is the part you would be seeing on the top half, and the bottom would be getting drawn behind the scenes while you're playing. And sometimes it fills with garbage because it's actually, generating a bunch of variables and stuff and working on stuff that's not actually a drawing. So I'll play a little bit of that to just kind of show. Why is this giving me such crappy res? Oh, there, that's better. But here you can see, like, it's kind of jumping back and forth. You can even see the timers get out of sync as it's redrawing the next scene. So in this case here, it's kind of drawing the background, but it's only putting the fembot on the foreground one. So it basically is copying the background to the screen you see and then putting the fembot overlaid over top. So, I mean, the fact that it's a bug and it shouldn't be doing this for a gameplay video actually is kind of insightful as to how the game engine in the background works. So it's, if you're a programmer, this is kind of interesting. If you're just trying to play the game, it's kind of distracting having the second screen. Next up, Steve Rasmussen, alias Buck Owens, did a long 11-minute play video of playing Chispy. And of course, he gets along a lot further than the rest of us did, except for maybe Dr. Ted. So let's fix this stupid. Oh, I guess that is only 360. I'll fast forward quite a bit here so you can see some of the later levels that the rest of us will never see in our lifetimes. You can see some of the dripping acid here, kind of a la Downland.
This is one of the bugs he ran into.
Oh, is it?
You should be able to actually, from what I saw that somebody posted, I think Kieran posted, you should be able to dig through that thing.
Right. Yeah, he was mentioning that because he actually went to go post on the World of Dragon forums so that Pere would know to look for the bug.
Yeah.
But so there was a delay. I guess if you've only signed up for the World Dragon, you have to get approved.
Yeah, but there is Kieran gave me the link to the new version, the fixed version, and I posted that in the Discord. So
okay, do you want to post it in the general chat here too, so anybody watching the show?
Or the disk image?
The link to the disk, or you just upload the disk image itself. Okay.
If you're not a member, the link won't work.
Okay. So it's on what, World of Dragon then, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody should be a member of that anyway, honestly.
Yeah. So anyways, the disk image is posted in the Game On Challenge. That should have the fixes in it.
Cool. I didn't realize it was fixed already, so that's awesome. So one, it's good to see Buck back. We haven't seen him on the CoCoNation show in quite a while, Game On Challenge or otherwise, so. And, the fact that he got into the second, like there's phases, I guess, sets of screens and you get in the next phase, which I didn't even know because, of course, I didn't get that far. I don't know if I can catch it here. Probably not on the preview, but there's a screen where it actually tells you you're switching to the next phase. Now, if you want to see how to solve some of these screens, if you're stuck like me, go watch Bucks.
Or just, basically don't die.
Yeah. And then he also put up a video playing Morocco GP where if you want to see some of the stuff that happens later in the game, here you go. So here it's like he's playing, he got over 2,000 points. He suddenly lit up the extended play. Now you're in night driving mode, which I always throttle down my brakes, to the point where I'm going as slow as possible to get through that. And then here's the ice one. This is when you move left to right, you go about double speed because you're sliding on ice, so you have less control, less finesse control for sure. Then you get the country roads where you literally are bouncing back and forth out of your control, so you basically got a wider hit area. So you got to be a bit more careful where you're going.
Streets of Milwaukee.
Now the flags come up. That means the ambulance is going to be coming up, and there it is. Now he's got the color artifacting flipped, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Back to night driving. Another ambulance. Now an ambulance on ice roads. Good luck with that.
I think that was the fire truck.
Oh, was it the fire truck? Let me check a look here.
Because it doesn't have the cross on the back, it's got a red light.
Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't even catch that when I first watched it. Anyway, after you get the 2,000 points, you start getting the extended play, then you've got a lot of these different elements are thrown at you, some individually and some combined, like the one where you were getting ice driving along with a fire truck coming up behind you at the same time. So the game definitely gets, definitely more difficult, as you progress. And the other video that Buck did this week was actually showing the Beanstalker screener. Beanstalker was our game that ended last week, I believe. And it has an editor that was available that you can create your own levels. And there's 60 levels built in, and it actually lets you save them and stuff. And he actually showed the editor kind of in action here. So I'll fast forward so you can kind of see. On the bottom, there's a bit of a menu here. So the different keys will change, like move your cursor around to what you're controlling. And then you can hit the keys to specify, do you want like bricks or diggable areas or different types of stocks and, where the enemies are put, etc. You actually just go through and you edit the board, and then you can later on save these. And if you wanted to, you can create your entire own 60 levels and make, totally make the Beanstalker your own, just using the engine that's already exists. So this is one of those ones that if people wanted to give it a shot and maybe see what kind of levels they can create, it'd be kind of interesting to maybe do a follow-up sometime in the future and see what user-created levels are like. Next up after that is a Chinese site that kind of did some gameplay video here based on both the Dragon and the CoCo. And they covered, I think, 3 games, if I remember correctly. Lunar Rover Patrol and Whirlybird Run, which are both by Spectral Associates. And then Cave Fighter, which is actually by Cable Software for the Dragon, which is like Whirlybird Run, a Scramble-style clone. But it's not too often I see a Chinese site doing stuff with the Dragon and the CoCo, so I thought that was interesting. So obviously Lunar Rover Patrol, I'm sure most of us are quite aware of. Fast forward a bit. Here's Whirlybird Run, which another one I'm sure we're aware of, and the winner of the Prism Trophy for Spectral for the 1 year it ran. And then Cave Fighter, which is another Scramble type clone that was done for the Dragon. Not quite as good, I don't think, as the Whirlybird Run, which is still my favorite Scramble clone on the CoCo. But I just thought it was really interesting to see a Chinese website playing CoCo and Dragon stuff. Because as far as I know, neither of those were sold in China. Next up after that, we have Expert Tech doing a couple of videos. That's the Spanish YouTube channel that has now got the AI auto-dubbed going on. So actually you get an English voice. You don't have to sit there and read the closed captioning. But he decided to play Brewmaster, which is another Tom Mix Novasoft, like a cheaper one, by Roger Smith, who did numerous CoCo games for multiple companies. And that's, of course, a clone of Tapper, where you're rushing to serve beer and pick up the empty glasses, etc. This is a fun game. I remember playing this in the arcade quite a bit. They got in some controversy in the arcade, serving alcoholic products in arcades with teenagers.
Oh, no.
So later on, they did a revised version where you're serving root beer, but that kind of lost the luster for me.
This actually worked well in Amber.
Yeah, this particular one does, actually. It doesn't look too bad.
And he's also the trickiest because he's already throwing 2 glasses. How many lives do I have here?
There's a bonus run later on where they juggle all the glasses and you have to guess the one where the hidden object is. The other one he plays is El Bandito. Now, this is a David Crandall game, and David did about 10 games for the CoCo for a variety of companies. Now, this one has a bit of an interesting history. This was sold by Mark Data Products. Have we covered this one on the Game On Challenge, Candina?
I don't think so. I'd have to see some gameplay.
Because it's kind of unique. But the history is he had a version of this under a different name that was sold by Creative Computing. The same guys that published the magazine. And they had a software division that actually did sell some CoCo games in around 82, 83. But when David submitted this one and another one, was just when Creative Computing was getting out of it. So it got sold for like 4 months and disappeared. So when Mark Data took it up in 84, it actually got modified a bit. It's not quite the exact same game. It's pretty close. You can definitely recognize they're based on each other, but there is some gameplay differences. And I mentioned that on my website. But I'll play a little bit of the gameplay video here so that Ken can see if he recognizes it or not.
Level 1. Let's see level.
Oh, this is ants
let's
or
see.
bugs or some.
Oh, here comes the spider.
You're the ant. You have to avoid the spider, and there's
Yeah.
more spiders on later levels. But you have to pick up the food and bring it back to your thing. And you have 2 players simultaneously
I
head-to-head
have to take the fruit that
play if you
spider
wanted to
catches
as
for
well.
me.
So you're trying to steal each other's stuff. But when
Let's
you pick
see.
up one of these fruit or bananas or whatever it is that you're picking up there, your ant slows down by half speed while the
Here
spiders do
there's
not.
Another ant. It could be there.
So the difficulty is that once you pick up something and try to haul it, the spider can catch up with you. So what you want to maybe sometimes do is you drop your food and then run away and then wait for the spider to go somewhere else and then pick it back up and bring it in. And it's a lot of fun with 2 players because you're basically trying to steal each other's food constantly, all while dodging the spider, or spiders, as it is on later levels.
Yeah.
So this is a fairly I don't believe this is based on an arcade game, at least not in any arcade game that I'm familiar with, but it's a lot of fun. And it's the same guy who did Doodlebug and a bunch of others, so if we haven't played it yet, this is definitely one that would be fun to play. It'd be fun to play at a fest where you're playing head-to-head with real people, too. Next up, after that, Chronologically Gaming is finally into December of 1982 and got another CoCo game going here, which is Bird Attack, also called Birds, depending on whether you're looking at the ad or you're looking at the title screen. And this one we just played recently, if I remember correctly, Ken, like within the last month, wasn't it? Yeah, the Galaxian game where you're the hunter.
We're going to play some games on home computers because we play every
Fast
video
forward
game
the actual
here.
gameplay here by
There
Andrew
we go.
Hubble.
And see what it's like. Yes, so this is Birds.
Does it look familiar to you, Ken?
It is a
Oh yeah, we
shoot 'em
played,
up.
but that was
I can
about
move
6
left,
months
I can
ago. We
move
played
right.
this. 7
Was it
months
long ago already?
Check it out.
Yeah, it was a
Up on
while
the
longer.
screen,
I didn't think it was quite that long. I just thought it was a couple months.
The birds are not dropping eggs. I'm just going to say the birds are trying to poop on us.
All right.
They say your mind is the first thing to go, Curtis.
What? Where am I? Who are you? This was a really cool one. Like when I read the description of it on YouTube, it said it was a Downland walkthrough. So he's playing the CoCo 2 version of Downland here, artifact colors and all. And he shows you all 10 chambers. The side thing is this guy also sells hardware and software he does for various other projects like Arduinos and that kind of thing. And he's converted it to run on some of these little bits of hardware he's selling. And he plays these 2 versions. He's got them going side by side. You get to see the CoCo 2 version. And then roughly around the same gameplay area as it goes through all 10 levels, he's showing the version on the Arduino or on the, what is some of the other ones he was selling it for here? And this is, I should mention, this is Daniel C. Electro L.I.B. So I think they're in South America, Central America, maybe Spain. English is not his native language because he actually did respond to me earlier. And you can tell by the way he's wording sentences that English is not his native language. But he sells a clone of Downland, basically called Gilbert in Downland, and he sells it for like the ESP8266, the ESP8285, Arduinos, and some other ones that he shows on the site. Sound effects and stuff are different. It's obviously a lower res screen. It's just plain black and white, but it actually looks like it plays fairly well. And he's got both playing sound simultaneously, so I'll shut up for a bit so you can hear some of the sound effects. They're much simpler on the other one, but...
Why did you skip that?
Well, he's trying to keep them, I think, in sync. So he probably played one first, and he tries to keep it as close as he can.
He's trying to catch up with the little one by skipping things. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. Still,
But I mean, this kind of shows a Tier City Model 1 could do a fairly decent download, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I understand his game on the low-res side. It plays right. Looks like it plays right because I'm a downline guy.
Even went as far as, animating his, free men that he's got left over on the right-hand side. There's just like the original download on the top.
So the heads bob.
Yeah. But in that case, it actually duplicates the walking. Like you see the legs are moving just like the main character is.
Isn't someone doing a CoCo 3 version of Downland?
Somebody had started it, but I don't know if it's still active, unfortunately. But anyway, I thought that's really cool. And like I said, he goes through all the levels. He doesn't win the game, but he shows you like what all the levels look like, you know, basically in parallel.
And they play right. That's...
So that was out of the blue. I was expecting a download playthrough with all the levels, which is, you know, fairly rare because it's a hard game. But seeing this at the same time kind of blew my mind. And here's his main tinyjoypad.com site, where you got all these different types of, you know, projects boards type thing that you can get. And then he's got all these downloads of different games. Sometimes they come in packs with multiple games. Sometimes they're individual games. But here's like Gilbert and Download for the Arju Boy, which is the Arduino version. And if you go to some of these other ones, you'll see some game packs that have like 20 games, and then Download's just one of them. And you can see screenshots. Like here's I was gonna say Mr. Dig. That's not right. It's geez, one of my blank games. Thank you, Dig Dug. And Tetris and a few other games here, Missile Command, etc. So this is pretty interesting, Q-Bird, etc. But when you go to some of these download things here, you can oh, I didn't want to see a video. What did I do that last time? Maybe download? Nope, I actually downloaded it. I didn't want to do that either. There was a way oh, maybe it was on here. Let's pick ESP, for example. Yeah, here we are. So they got this little mini video running here, and when you download it, here's the actual games you get on the one single download. So you get all these games, and you can see the last two new ones are Gilbert in the Downland and Tiny Dock. Now, if you go say the Arju Boy,
what's Tiny Pinball like? Oh, don't worry.
Like here's 3D Pac-Man, Pac-Mania, for example. So there's some pretty interesting ones. Here's Downland, and these are individual downloads for the Arduino-based system. So you download each game individually. But yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting a project to see that a CoCo Classic got ported to a bunch of more modern, you know, hobbyist machines. So I thought that was really cool. Next up, we have Jim Gary ported a MC10 game called Survival, also known as Moon Survival Adventure. This is from David All's book, Big Basic Games. Of course, that's the same David All that did Creative Computing that we mentioned earlier. And he said this one only needed minor modifications because there's not any weird screen formatting or anything else. So it's basically, you'll survive on the moon. There's a little bit of listing. Standard text adventure game, you know, verb, noun, single, you know, letters for directions for moving, like N for northeast, E for east, etc. And then we got some game playing going for the high scores that a lot of people are doing in retro these days, where you actually compete against people from all over the world to get the high score in certain retro games on certain platforms. And there's a couple Dragon-based ones here this week. The first one is ZX Frankie. I think he actually submitted some scores to some other Dragon games last week, but this time he's doing Hungry Horse. And he got 93,000 points, which actually isn't too bad. I don't think he knows about that bug for going forever.
Cheat.
Like
Yeah, you can't do the cheat. Or you can do the cheat, because you can get like 100,000s of points every screen.
Yeah. So he's doing it honestly, and didn't do too bad. And then another one here by Attempts, a gaming channel by LRU, decided to play Jet Boot Colin, which I think is one we've played before. I can't remember.
I don't think so.
This one you maneuver a guy with jet boots, and these things are moving up and down and will crush you, and you have to like pick up these little bonus shapes.
I've seen the game. I don't think we've ever played it on the challenge though.
This one almost looks like it was designed for a 2-color screen or artifact colors, to be honest. Because if you look up here, like this has got so much color shifting around. I'm pretty sure it was designed for P Mode 4. And then somebody wanted some color, so they patched it for, you know, P Mode 3, but it looks like crap.
It looks terrible.
Honestly, if you switch this to P Mode 4 and NTSC artifacting, I think it would actually look pretty darn good. But it is a European game. It's not a North American game, so kind of odd. That's it. I've caught up on the Game On news. And I've caught up on the news. And now I'm going to have to run off to the other show before they end.
All right. Well, somebody wake up Mark so we can end the show.
Right.
What? Hey, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
And you're late.
That's right. Oh, we saw topless CoCos earlier on, and it's been quite an exciting show.
Indeed, it has.
Okay. I think that concludes the show then, doesn't it?
Sure.
Okay. So let me run the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Before you leave, Curtis, what's next show like?
Next week's show?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think Sloopy's going to be hosting. I will attempt to do
A live stream?
Yeah, I'll try to do a live stream. It's I was going to try to do it with my iPad, but I cannot find any place that you can actually tell the iPad which microphone to use, like you can on other versions.
Do you want me to send you some artwork for the CoCoFEST show or live coverage or?
I don't know. What do you say I push the stop button here and we can continue the conversation?
There you go.
Okay,
Come back for the CoCoFEST, everyone.
Everybody have
Bye,
fun.
everybody.
Who's going? Everybody have fun at
Yep.
CoCoFest next week.
And everybody that's not at it, be here.
Yes, and we'll miss you greatly in person.
Well, we'll have our best show ever, and all these guys at CoCoFest are going to miss it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
We're going to have cake.
You thought last week was fun.
Are you gonna have a clown?